Hello? Great. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us again for Extreme Hangout. Today, the first panel of the day is Imagining a Century of Sustainable Development. This is curated by One Young World, and this is the fourth panel that they have joined us for in this Hangout. This will be a conversation incorporating futuristic development exploration, strategic planning and sustainability, and insights into future challenges and opportunities. Please join me in giving them a massive round of applause as we welcome them to the stage today.
Our, yeah, I think.
Sorry? Yes. Okay. Well, good morning, everybody. We're so glad to have you all here. My name is Angela Williams, and I am the president and CEO of United Way Worldwide, and I am incredibly honored and excited to be joined by a panel of incredible, talented, world-changing women. Young women, I might add. And so being on the panel today with them inspires for me hope and excitement for the generation that's coming up behind me and our leaders. I don't even want to use the word future leaders because each of these young women are leaders in their own right. I also want to thank One Young World for the opportunity to be here today. I had the pleasure of being a keynote speaker at One Young World in October in Belfast, Northern Ireland. And that was the first time I had ever engaged with One Young World. I came away just really excited to be around hundreds of young people that are excited about about making a difference in the world for the issues that they face in their local communities and in their countries and in their region. And so now being here at COP28, we're here to explore issues that affect our planet. As I just said recently to someone, there is no plan B for our planet. So it's vitally important that all of you and all of us are instruments in ensuring that we make a difference now to save our planet. So please join me this morning in welcoming first Carla Godoy da Costa Lima, who is the Executive Secretary of Sustainable Development of Pernambuco in Brazil.
Hello, everyone.
I'd also like to introduce Joy Egbe, who is the Chief Impact Officer for New Digit in Nigeria.
Hi, good to be here.
I also want to welcome Rumetha Albusai. I am so sorry, Albusai.
Yes, you got it right. Yeah.
Who is incredible. And just before we came up on stage, I said, okay, we're going to have to do something together in the US, but she's in Oman. She's a member of the Arab Youth Council for Climate Change and just presented a white paper to the leaders yesterday on what the youth think in this region about climate change.
Wow.
And last, but of course not least, is Leticia Meke, climate advocator at Youth Climate Action Coalition Mozambique.
Thank you.
So, even if we were to stay here all day, we wouldn't even begin to tap the wisdom of these young women and what they have to share about the issue today. But what I do want to do is start with a very general question so that you can hear from each of them. And then what I'd like to do is, if we have time, continue to have further discussion. But I don't know if the organizers are allowing us to take comments or questions from the audience. But if you are, I certainly think that would be wonderful to hear from you as well, because all of us are in this together. So, because you all have varied expertise, but yet you have the same goal in mind as world changers and addressing climate, here's the question. In your respective areas of expertise, what do you see as the most promising developments, innovations, or trends that will shape the future of sustainable development? So we'll start with Joy and go down the line.
Sure.
Yes, thank you for that question. I think the concept or the subject of sustainable development has evolved over time. even before the general established sustainable goals, which was in 2015, the world we live in right now has always seen a need of, sustainably using our resources, to, and at the same time, developed economic capacity and social well-being. So the term has always been, we've seen a need to do that. However, the recent or the current sustainable concept that we talked about right now, emphasis placed more on environmental sustainability, social well-being, and economic capacity, because these three things are interconnected, and you can't solve one and leave the other. And if you look into the climate change or the world climate change, it's interconnected to everything. You look into all the goals, like I've seen climate effects. If you look into the agriculture, climate change is going to affect you, and there's no food. Every single thing is interconnected. So in terms of what are the trending things that we think we can put in place for our world to be a better place in the next 100 years to come is basically, I know there have been a lot of, for me, I work in the energy sector, and my goal is to eradicate energy poverty in Africa, starting from my country, Nigeria. So I know there have been a lot of innovation and trend on how we can R&D research on energy storage, energy efficiency and optimization work. I also believe that because I work in green hydrogen, we're talking about it backstage, and it's something that has a potential to elevate the world in terms of energy access, but we're not talking about it that much. There's not much buzz around it the way I think we should talk about it. For someone like me that I come from Africa, where we have a lot of space, we have the wind, we have the sun, and we're still dealing with energy poverty. Hydrogen just, like the general saying, hydrogen is the energy of the future. It has the potential to transform our world. All we need is investment into innovation, R&D, and the rest is sustainable future.
Wow, so you just make it seem like we have the solution, we're just not doing it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Joy.
Hello, everyone. I would like to start thanking One in World and Angela for being here. If I may, I would like to talk about two things. As a young political scientist and a government actor, I think that the trend that I'm seeing is youth participation. I think that youth participation is way more present now in national, international debates. I think that we have the chance and the power to influence, to create the future that we want, and to participate creating in that future. I think that climate change is going to impact so much in our futures. Like when I do the math and I calculate like, oh my gosh, how old am I going to be like in 2040 or like 2030 or in COP30? Like what is that for me? Like what is waiting for me there? And another thing is technological development. I think, as Joy said, like we have there like green hydrogen, blue hydrogen, or so many other technological solutions that we are developing and that we can develop in the future. That when I think about, I don't see the future with that much fear, but with hope. But we do need to act fast. We do need to be more active in actually delivering because we don't have that much time. But I think that with youth participation and technological development, we can achieve something in the future for sure.
Yes, great.
So I think connecting both together, the main question that is very important for us as young people to also ask is what the future holds and how can I be the best ancestor for the future. And I think that is a question that has been grappling with my mind for a very long time, as in what can I actually do? And the voice, as you mentioned, youth participation is at an all-time high, but we need to kind of increase it even more. I think that is one of the main key things that we can ensure that there is mitigation and adaptation to all the things that we're talking about when it comes to climate change. But also ideally, we have technologies that already exist, but we need to kind of push that momentum forward, be it in hydrogen or energy efficiency, or be it in nature-based solutions, specifically when it comes to our relationship with nature, which is kind of far removed as we kind of embrace a lot of technological advances. So how do we kind of capitalize on that and the knowledge that we already have from our ancestors to kind of connect things together? And I think that conversation is much needed to kind of push forward a lot of the things that we're discussing in this conference as well, and what the future that we're actually seeing for our future generations. So it can go in the likes of bringing in more indigenous knowledge into the discussion, engaging more indigenous youth within how we do things, which I think is getting better, specifically with this COP, having a lot of representation when it comes to that, but we need more of that. But also in terms of how can we foster a lot of more of that innovation and technologies that kind of connect nature with us as well. I think that's the way forward that connects both points that were mentioned.
Thank you. And I want to come back to you because I want you to share with us a few highlights from your presentation on yesterday. But Letitia.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I would like to point out two things in my inner experience. The first one, when we are talking about children and youth in Mozambique, we did a survey with the children and youth in all 12 provinces in Mozambique, and we identified that the children and youth in Mozambique want to participate in designing, implementation, and monitoring of climate change policies in Mozambique, and not just being spectators, but be real actors in this process and have the capacity building to be in these forums like COP, being advocating for the children and youth voices. And the second one is I work as an environmental specialist in climate agriculture, smart agriculture. And one of the things that I identify to achieve sustainable development is to integrate in the early phase of the agriculture project in Mozambique the local acknowledgement of the especially young women to achieve sustainable development.
That's fantastic. And so what you did in Mozambique was the same thing you did with the Arab youth. And so you did a study in all 12 regions of Mozambique. I want you to talk about what was done with the youth in the Arab states.
Sure. So what we did was basically survey 5,000 young people from all over the 26 Arab nations. This is the first of its kind study because unfortunately for a lot of the studies that you tend to search for, it's quite selective in terms of which region you're speaking about. And the priorities, I can tell you right now, of all 26 countries are completely different. They're not the same. So it was an effort to kind of bring in the whole representation, being as inclusive as possible. So we went all the way from Mauritania, all the way to Somalia, Djibouti, and the GCC countries up north to the Levant. And what was interesting is, in addition to the survey that we did, we had dialogues, 500 dialogues that were conducted all over the cities of the Arab nations that were led by youth from their cities, having guiding questions to kind of ask what they think. And what was interesting was the results. Climate anxiety doubled from the survey that we did the year before. The priorities when it comes to what matters to them is quite interesting as well. So you have Sudan specifically that are witnessing conflict at the moment, and their priority kind of went high in terms of having peace more than climate change.
Yes.
While you have the GCC countries who are experiencing extreme heat, which I think everyone has been complaining about right now. Winter has not been like this. I can tell you as someone from the region, this is extreme as well. So that came very top of their priorities. But we also translated that into policy recommendations of what young people wanted from their decision makers. And the promise was for the young people that if you work with us, we will make sure that each representative of the ministers of climate change will have unfortunately for the Arab countries, a lot of the ministers of youth are actually not young people. And also you have women ministers who are not women, so that was a whole other discussion. The other thing as well was budding young researchers that would like to kind of unlock that financing. And the last thing was to really cultivate those innovations that are coming out of the region to really push forward that agenda. Those were the three main top priorities for policy recommendations that needed to kind of be included. At the moment, none of those policies, all three are not included, except for the UAE that have a quota when it comes to youth participation. All the other 25 don't have any. So that kind of spurred a lot of discussions, very uncomfortable yesterday because everyone was trying to kind of justify a lot of their priorities as well. But overall, it was a success, I would say, to really bring in those voices in.
Well,
Wow.
that's fantastic. Yes. So one of the things, Joy, that you mentioned was the interconnectedness, and that they're all aspects that tie into environment. But I want you all to, just from your own personal experiences and your points of view and advocacy, what do you see, or what would you say are some of the discussions that we need to have about interconnectivity, whether it's mental health, whether it's education, whether it's, what are you all seeing? Health. What is your perspective?
For me, I believe that most times when we talk about climate change, especially for our leaders or for people who don't really, know what we're talking about in terms of experience, because I came from a community where every day you see these things happening. And I was telling someone that when you talk about climate change in Nigeria, people are not thinking about the temperature. People are not thinking about the polar bears, because that is not happening in Nigeria. What we are thinking about is that I'm a farmer and there was no rain and there's no food and my kids can't go to school. People are waking up in the morning and they want to go in their daily business to get money to eat, to get food. So if you're telling me about climate change, how does that affect me? And me changing my lifestyle, how does that change the process? So most time, we are talking about the general concept. Oh, the temperatures are rising, we need 1.5, da, 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 da. But the thing is that the people at the forefront of the crisis, they don't understand this process.
Yes.
Like my grandmother that is in the village, she's not here. She doesn't even know what we're talking about. She doesn't know what COP is. I mean, try to explain to her. She doesn't understand. There's heat wave in some part of Nigeria right now, and people are complaining that so much heat, and we don't know what is going on. People are getting sick. But we are here talking about climate change. How do we connect these things? And most time, I think my advice is that the grassroots education is really important from ground, because most time we talk about climate change from the international perspective, and I'm sorry to say, but the Western want to tell us how climate change should be in Africa.
Yeah.
But it's different for us because we are expressing these things separately. And for like example, my grandma, she doesn't know what all this English is. Please simplify this to me. What is happening to me? Like there's heat wave, I'm sick.
Yes.
There's the waters are not clean. I'm getting sick, and there's typhoid. How do we address this? So the focus is not just addressing the climate change. It comes with a lot of social issues. We have regions in Nigeria where there's displacement. I'm from that region, the north central of Nigeria. So there's crisis within herders and farmers, and people are being displaced from their home. And these things is a result of climate crisis because there's drought and there's no water for the animals to eat, or green pastures, and the herders who are a bit violent, chase out the farmers from their land. And these people don't understand what it is, because most times in Nigeria we say it's political issues, it's political crisis, it's civil, there's so many names for them, but these things are interconnected. And for farmer who is having a low yield as well, to him, you feel like things have changed. The rain patterns has changed, the land is no more fertile as it used to be. But this is climate change. How do we address this? You can't address just the issue with the land. You can't address just the issue with insecurity. You can't just address the health issue. You need to address it from the root, which is climate change. So I think there's a lot of disparity about all the things that are happening around climate change, and the main root. So my advocacy is basically focused on, let's address the root. Address the root, and at the same time, we know that this thing is connected with other things. Make life easy, make life better for people. So,
But you said a lot, but address the root using plain language that your grandmother understands.
yeah.
That speaks to her and what's happening to what she's experiencing on a daily basis. What about the rest of y'all? Jump in on the conversation.
Well, I think that when we talk about climate change, at least in Latin America and Brazil and developing nations, I think that we need to talk about economic disparities and poverty. We know that poor people are not the ones polluting more the world. And when we compare to rich nations, rich people, we see that there is a disparity there. And climate change is going to impact more and faster and first the poor people. So when we are working in the favelas of Brazil, when we are thinking about public policy in Pernambuco, in my state, we need to address that too, because people in the favelas are worried about eating and being safe rather than, oh my gosh, what is climate change? And doing that, like reducing that economic disparity and giving more education and public awareness about what climate change is and what climate change is going to impact their lives and putting them in the conversation too, because there is no point in making public policy in the top and being implemented in the bottom without their participating in creation and implementation of that. So when we talk about climate change and the impacts of climate change in people's lives, we need to think about how are people different? How is climate change going to impact their lives in different ways, and how can we put them um, in the conversation being part of the answer, but also taking into consideration that they are also different, right? Like the impacts are different. I think that if we reduce economic disparities, we are also going to help tackling climate change too.
Yes, thank you.
Do you
Yeah,
want to
you
go on?
can.
Please.
I would like to share about the experience of Mozambique, and I will stick with Joy because I will do the interconnection about climate change, food security, and be safe when we are talking about cyclones. In Mozambique in 2019, we faced Idai cyclone, Kenneth cyclone, and so on, 5 cyclone in 2 years.
Wow.
And what I would say for people in Mozambique or trying to explain what is climate change, where the people want to be safe. And when we are with the smallholder farmers, they want to know what they're gonna eat in the other day. So I think again we need to always have the conversation with the smallholder farmers, with the children and youth, and how we can together overcome the challenge of climate change in the root solutions. So it's something that I wanted to share with you. Yeah.
I'll add on to uh, the importance of inclusivity. You mentioned a bit about economic disparity, and we know that, for instance, women are more facing the brunt of climate change more than others. And one of the key ways that we could also kind of come together is kind of ensure that women have the basic skills to actually have climate resilience. I'll give you an example of where I come from. So like Mozambique, we now have cyclones, and based on the latest studies, climate studies for the country, we're expecting to have a Category 5 cyclone once every 5 years, which is quite intense. But in the same time, when we look at who has the basic resilience skills, majority of the women don't swim, don't know how to survive basically in these instances because they're kind of sheltered as a result of how the society is constructed. And I think it's quite important to kind of keep that in mind as well, to ensure that the entire of society is within the same par and level to be able to survive these issues. Like they'll be able, if women are able to swim, they'll be able to save a lot of their family members from drowning rather than not and waiting for someone to save them. Just a very simple example. Giving that economic empowerment as well to be able to own lands, to be able to have that agricultural sources of income and whatnot, not being the person or the gender that is expected to stay at home to take care of the family while everyone else is out there earning a living. So I think that inclusivity is very important to be included in the discussion, to really have everyone within the same level when it comes to really, are we all ready to kind of face the impacts of climate change? And are we all empowered by policies to actually be participating in these systems in the right way to ensure that we're all adapting and mitigating together?
So something you just said about the policies was going to be my next question to you all. If you were, because there's just so layers upon layers upon layers of issues in terms of preparedness, in terms of economic mobility, in terms of education, just so much. But if you were, from your country's lens, to identify one key policy that needs to be implemented now that would have the most effect, what would it be?
Just transition.
What is
Just energy transition.
Energy transition.
Just energy transition. I think that if we implement that in my state in a just way, we're going to go way, way, way farther. And when I say a just transition, I say, well, when you implement and when you think about public policy to develop solar, wind, any kind of natural energy source generation stuff, you need to create the opportunities and the possibilities for people in the region to develop with the solution. So we are talking about this decentralized way of producing energy, or we're talking about how can green hydrogen impact their lives in a better way. Are we going to produce green hydrogen for to export, or are we going to produce green hydrogen to decarbonize our own industry and economy? I think if we implement a just energy transition, we are going to do great. That's the first step, actually.
I'll add on to that adaptation. So even in hydrogen, a lot of the developments are by the coastal areas because it's near the ports.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we have, I think, we talk a lot about energy transition and mitigation, which is a lot of reducing carbon and really capturing it and whatnot. But we tend to forget that there's other impacts as well that are going to impact those centers, and we're not doing enough. Like the entire world is not doing enough when it comes to adapting to a new world where you will have constant impacts of climate change. So how do you mesh them together where you have those plans but also ensure that those plans are not devastated because you have a cyclone or a huge hurricane that kind of wipes out the entire
Land,
development.
yeah.
Exactly. So I think that is needed as well. Yeah.
So,
Yes, okay.
you
Okay, so for me, I'm going to just build on what I just said because it's country specific and it's regional specific. One of the major issues that we face in Nigeria, like like the two of them have said, is actually the issue of energy access. So if we can develop good policies, strategic ones, that help us to, right now the issue may not be decarbonizing, but the issue should be energy access. And what kind of energy are people accessing? Is it the clean one, or what we're telling the developed nation to phase out from? So if we can have that strategic plans, because right now, Nigeria is 200 plus million people, and just 45% have access to electricity. So the remaining 55%, they're living in energy poverty. So those people, if we're trying to electrify Nigeria, what kind of energy source are we giving to them? Are they leaping, or they're going to follow the old path? So we need a good framework that says, okay, we're going to electrify this 100 million people who are living in energy poverty, but what kind of energy source are we giving to them? If we have these plans in place, I think it's going to solve a lot of issue because we know how energy control a lot of economical and social well-being of the country. And just to add to that, I think one other thing is we need a lot of policy that puts young people at the table. If young people can be on the table, there are a lot of things that we are passionate about. We know what to do. We know what to do. Just give us, the
You're telling us older folks, move out of the way? I think you're right.
So I would talk about the other point, particularly in Mozambique. I say that we face cyclones, and with that, we face life losses. And I think it's because the fragility of our infrastructures. So I think that we can rethink about the sustainable infrastructure policies in Mozambique to reduce the life losses during the cyclones. Yeah.
So I'm going to get personal now because you all are incredible young women. So so I want you to share with us a little bit of your individual stories. How did you get here to this chair that you're sitting in and to have the knowledge and the thoughts and the work that you're doing now around energy? Tell us a little bit about how you got to where you are today.
Okay. I am environmental engineer. I think the first one in my family. And I started doing volunteering um, in Mozambique. And with the first cyclone in 2019, I have family and friends in Sofala province, that was the most affected province by the cyclone Idai. And I was extremely worried because I couldn't talk with them during the cyclone. And I was thinking what I can do here in Maputo province. So I started a movement with other youth to bring together everything that we could, base materials. So with other organization in Maputo city, we could get together all material that were needed and packed to Sofala province because everything was destroyed, the telecommunications, hospitals, schools, everything. So I think it was the first time that I was able to do something in my country to help other brothers and sisters in Mozambique. So on, I was working in environmental and climate volunteer, and yes, I'm here because I care about the others and the environmental and climate crisis in Mozambique. Yeah.
Lovely. Yes.
Okay, for me, I usually say proudly, I'm a daughter of a farmer. So when I was growing up, my parents, my dad, he actually left a banking job to start farming. So there was, most times we have issue with, there's not enough yield this year. I think there was a particular year we didn't get Christmas clothes. Like from Nigeria, like every Christmas, you look forward to new clothes, and we didn't get that because that year there was no single harvest for my dad, and there was no money to get like Christmas clothes. So at some point, myself and my sibling were like, why did this man leave a banking job to start farming? These are the kind of crises we're going through as, growing up, but I didn't really understand the concept of climate change and how it affects my dad farming and not able to get us Christmas clothes. So when I got into the universities, most times we don't have electricity and you want to write exams, we go to the ATM machine because there's a light there and you want to study for your exams. So these were issues that we were facing then growing up and in these universities, and I have so many friends who are complaining that these things, we've been experiencing these things since we're young. When is it going to end? And I used to be part of a research group. We were like, okay, we can do something with our research knowledge because I studied maritime engineering. So that we can do something with this knowledge. We came up and said, let's go around educating people and telling them, asking them if they have the same experience and see what we can do. So I became an advocate. I'm still an advocate anyways. I became an advocate for climate change, but going to these communities and village and telling them, oh, fossil fuel is bad, cutting down firewood is not good for the environment. We were doing that for 1 year, but I discovered that I was just saying these things because I'm telling them not to cut down firewood to cook. So how are they going to eat? Yes. I'm telling them not to use fossil fuel generator. Like, how are they going to sleep? So if this is like me taking up their livelihood, which is more worse than climate change. So we come up with the idea and said, let's look for how we can give them this energy access. So at the point I discovered that awareness alone is not just enough. We need to incorporate solution, impact-driven solution into awareness. So from there, I, transit from just being an activist or going around advocating to entrepreneurship. So here I am today by the grace of God.
Wow. So a cyclone, no Christmas clothes, and presents too.
Okay, I think that the story, I think that to talk about why and how I'm here today, I need to talk about the stories of other women that came before me. I was born and raised in a favela in Recife. It's called Nova Divina, and I'm really proud of saying that because I know that I represent these people, and that it's really, really hard to to see someone from that region and from that place to occupy spaces like that. So I'm really proud. I'm not ashamed or anything. And I was born and raised by really strong women, and my grandmother is one of them. She ran away from the backcountry of the state because of drawouts, looking for better opportunities in the city. And she was one of the first persons to found the favela that I was born and raised. So like I was always included in that political situation, a feeling of belonging and fighting for better opportunities. But I knew that with the lack of opportunities and economic options, education was the only way out. So I was the first person to graduate from college in my whole family. And I think that I knew that to empower the people, I had to be empowered first and get education. So I would try and help to find better ways and better solutions for the problems that we faced. And I think that I'm here to make sure that I'm not an outlier, that I'm the first, but I'm not the last, and that young girls and people from other places like that, from underdeveloped regions of Brazil, Latin America, the world, they know that they can make the difference, they can be heard, they can create the change because we know what the problems are, we know what we face, we know what our families faced. I know what problems my grandmother faced when she was fleeing from her problems with my dad, with my 5-year-old dad. So yeah, I think that it all brought together because I know that these problems are going to be way, way worse if we don't do anything with climate change.
Yes, thank you.
So mine is a bit unconventional. I'm new to the energy space. I was a marine scientist before. My story with the environment and climate actually started when I was 10, when I found out that Oman has a nested ground for turtles, marine turtles, which were huge, and that made me so fascinated on how can we work on protecting them. So I ventured into the marine sciences field, came back to Oman. I did my studies in the Netherlands and worked as an environmental consultant for quite a long time, just kind of advising on a lot of the development projects that were coming up. But then one day that changed when my grandfather actually, we did a bet that a woman won't be able to go to the South Pole by herself. And I took that bet and said, 1 year from now, I will actually go to the South Pole. And yeah, I ended up making it to the South Pole. And I think that experience changed dramatically for me in terms of you witnessing climate change firsthand of how it impacts a place that is supposedly untouched, but then you see icebergs cracking and you have fears of avalanche and all that. So that really kind of sped up my momentum of I need to find a way where I can work with a bigger impact of value to the community, but also to the world, that we need to do something. And the best way was to kind of get into alternative energy. So I started in solar and then gradually moved to green hydrogen at the moment, really trying to kind of push that conversation forward in terms of what we can move in terms of development, but also making sure that there's an inclusive voice for young people, which kind of brings me a lot in the activism space with young people and climate change.
Thank you all for sharing because, like I said, you're just so impressive. I love it. So why don't we take a moment because we do want to make sure there's a conversation. If any of you in the audience have a comment or a question, now's the time to raise your hand and we have mics available. And I want to, one here, and then after that, I want to have Rose be prepared. And then after Rose, we'll go back. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Really inspiring to see all the amazing women on one panel sharing different stories and mostly solutions. I think I've just realized there's a commonality on energy, at least for the two, green hydrogen. Then I was also wondering, because those seem to be attached to your jobs and the work you're doing. Is there anything else that you are doing separate from your jobs that is creating impact and adaptive, capacities of different communities? But also, how are you able to balance all these many things, your job, your, advocacy, passion-related work and your life? Thank you.
Okay,
Any one of you can jump in.
okay, I'll go first, but she's my friend too. But anyways, Rose, thank you for you've been sharing and also for that questions. Basically, I've shared with a lot of people that the energy we are providing for the energy technologies are actually community focused. They are not. We are trying to give this energy to rural communities who have little or no access to electricity. And outside of that, one of our also major focus is green skill, because if we're really going to decarbonize and shift the global economy from fossil fuel, you need to shift the workforce as well. So what capacity are we building on that? So we're also focused on, educating fresh graduates or unemployed graduates who doesn't have idea of, when you talk about green space, don't really know what you're talking about. Trying to create that awareness and also give them the necessary skills and capacity to be ready for the, for the green job. Because in the next 50 years, we're not going to be talking about petroleum and every other thing. So the workforce is going to be green. How do we ensure that people have the capacity to fit into that? So we're trying to, right now we're revolutionizing the green space, like the IT technology, the way it was. So, and in terms of, balancing the work, you know how it is already. You have your professional work, you have your advocacy, then you have to be all of this COP. This is what we do for the planet, like I usually tell people. So it comes with a lot of sacrifice of 3 hours of sleep in a day and trying to balance everything. So yeah.
You don't balance. You just try to do the things that you really want to do and to survive in the meanwhile. But I was in another panel about gender disparities and climate change, and I think it talked about jobs and green jobs and everything. And we are a panel made of women. I think that we need to talk about what are we going to do to make these jobs inclusive for women. We can't we can't tell women that they need to choose between what they want to do professionally and if they want to have children. We need to ensure that these women can do both and that we can choose whatever we want to do. Like if we want to go to green energy, you go ahead, do it. If you want to do something for industry, decarbonizing industries, you can also do it. STEM technology, go ahead, girl, do it, sister. But you can also have your family, you can also take care of your house, or if you don't, go ahead, don't do it. So we need to make sure that we can choose. It's options, right? Yeah. That we can balance that too.
Yeah, and I would say also not to put all women in the same box of they want to do both. Maybe they don't want to do any of them. So that stereotype as well within us as women as well, assuming that we all want the same things, we need to kind of move that discussion away, because that's how, unfortunately, a lot of men think, you all want to have babies or you all want to be professional women. For me, I would say balancing, Google Calendar has been my friend. Like even specifying time for me time and doing nothing is also on the Google Calendar just to make sure that well-being is taken of importance to me. In terms of the other discussion, I think the lovely ladies kind of covered it a lot, but I think in addition to jobs, making sure that these developments that are coming are really providing country value and are building that those domestic industries, be it the SMEs that are going to be coming in, and really making everyone aware that these are opportunities that they can capture is very important. A lot of the public just hear about hydrogen and think it's the next big thing, but they're not involved. So maybe spreading more awareness about that on how they can also be involved will be very important as well to kind of move that discussion. And also, I think we discussed offline on how it's cost intensive and whatnot, but I think as you get more of the momentum and there's more demand from people that they want this, that will be a trickling effect that will drop everything as well.
I would like to share something about the balance. I do advocating, and I'm in the agriculture field. And what I did was to combine those two things because I uh, developed the agriculture content, environmental agriculture content. So I went to my boss and I said like, why we can combine the content for climate, for example, literacy in agro-environmental content. So I did that, and she said, okay, you can do that. And so I integrated what I'm doing in volunteering in my official job. So I'm doing what I love to do.
That's wonderful.
Yes.
Thank you. And the question here.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I just want to congratulate you for being utterly fabulous leaders, amazing women, and really inspirational. My question is, in the work that you do in each of your countries and areas, what is it the support that you really need to do that work, whether it's from national governments, from international organizations, is it local, even in the local community, or from other women? How can others support you? Because you have, so I would give the future to you to manage. You've got it. So how can we support you? And if it's not us, what is it the support we need to ask your countries or international organizations to give you?
Well, the first thing that comes to my mind is how can we make all this international money that we talk about to fight climate change to subnational governments, to municipalities, to states, because people live in the cities and the money sometimes stay in the federal area, the federal government. So how can we make sure that these much money that we're talking about here at COP goes to the people that need it and to the people that actually make public policy for them? I think that the reality when you go, I mean, I didn't know that I'm from Pernambuco, like I was born and raised there. I work there now. I work with the government, but I didn't know the reality of the administration because we have such a fragile administration in terms of knowledge, money, access, and implementation that sometimes, even though you want to do something and you want to implement, you have really good ideas, you don't have the means. You don't have the means because you don't have people, you don't have money, you don't have infrastructure to do that. So I think that making sure that the money that we're talking about here goes here is the first step. And for international organizations such as One Young World, I think that making sure that the work is being shared and these kind of opportunities, like that we have access to these kind of opportunities, because sometimes we just don't know who to talk to. Or, I mean, I don't have that I don't have the connections that I need to. So how can you make sure that this bridge is a little bit smaller and that we don't need to walk that farther to connect to someone else?
I'll add on to that two things. Allyship to amplify voices, because most of the time our voices are quite dwindled on the bottom, or capitalize these events that we have, but it's way easier for me personally to be in an international event than having a discussion with my local decision maker. That's how difficult it is to kind of go through the labyrinth of bureaucracy. The other thing is sponsorship, and not necessarily money, but sponsorship in terms of taking the accountability as well to make sure that those voices are being heard and the actions that they want to, you can sponsor those actions to make sure that they see the light of day. Because we tend to hear a lot of, oh, this is amazing, we'll just publish a post or something, but then there's no follow-up on that. And I think those two aspects are very important in addition to what my colleagues have said, yeah.
Yeah.
So thank you for that question, and then your responses lead to the last question for our session today that I want to ask each of you. Because all of us here can do something individually, I want you all to challenge each of us. So tell us what you want us to go back home and do. You're in charge.
Can you please repeat the question?
Yes, what is the challenge that you want to give to me and to anybody else here individually to go back home and do? What should we be doing?
Support the children and youth in capacity building because, for example, here I am with 5 more Mozambican youth delegates, and we identify that we need the capacity building from the others because in the next COP, for example, we want to be in negotiation process. So we need more capacity building for us be able to be there negotiating for our country and to the children and youth from Mozambique. Yeah.
For me, I would say I will end with what I actually said at the beginning, and maybe it's a question to you, and then you can take the action the way that you see fit. What would it take for you to be considered a good ancestor? That's it.
That's it.
Wow. I think I would say vote green, vote young, and vote black when you go back home. So just make sure that the politicians, that your vote represent what you want for the world.
Yeah. For me, I think that most time when we talk about climate action, we focus on our leaders, but individually, what can you do? Like, what can you contribute instead of pushing the responsibilities towards the leaders? What can you do? Because in the next 100 years, in retrospect, our children can't say that my parents fought for me to be here, then we failed.
Yes. Well, I tell you, I'm leaving this discussion today really inspired, and I am taking your challenges back, and they are recorded, so I'll make sure to go back and write them down. And I just thank you all for your insight, your wisdom, your energy, your love for your people, for the planet, and for our future. So let's give our panelists a warm rounding applause. Thank you all for being here with us today. Thank you.
going to have a time to sit and have an informal conversation. Friends, when we come to times that it can sometimes be discouraging when we hear the different discussions that are going on and it doesn't seem like the progress is being made as fast as we like. But then when we can come away from some of the complexity, which is very important and needs to be taking place, and we can spend some time with some individuals who themselves, some organizations who themselves are leading a pathway, saying, yes, we can do this, and come and look at us. Come alongside us and we will do it with you and we will do it for you. So the first of our guests we have to speak a little bit about that is Dr. Fahad Aliafi. He is the Chief Technology Officer at Siemens Energy, Middle East and North Africa, heading the Siemens Energy Innovation Center in Abu Dhabi. Siemens Energy is one of the world's most valued energy companies dedicated to transform the future of sustainable energy. The Abu Dhabi Innovation Center sits at the forefront of expediting technology growth through partnerships and technology collaborations in the region. Dr. Fahad holds a bachelor degree in engineering from Virginia Commonwealth University in the United States. He also has a Master's of Business Administration from the American University of Dubai, as well as a master's degree in energy supply chain management from Cambridge University and a PhD from Brunel University in UK. Sir, you have done a lot of work. Brilliant. 20 years, excellent. Well, and they hosted us yesterday where their team sat and they listened to the young people who were gathered from across the planet, inspiring them, but even more importantly, listening. So powerful. Dr. Fahad, thank you for sharing a few words to start us off today.
The podium. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Fahad Aliafi, and I'm from Abu Dhabi. It's so refreshing to be addressing a crowd that's not in suits or national dresses, because I truly believe that the change that we want in the energy transformation, in this, what they call it, the fight against the climate change, will happen through you, the younger generations. I want to make this very, very informal, so I want to start with some show of hands. Who calls the UAE or Dubai home among you? So what I heard is you guys are representing pretty much the whole globe. So we have more than 200 countries. Dubai hosts 200 nationalities who call Dubai home as well. Globalization and climate change come hand in hand because it's an effort that requires everyone to participate. Is it policymakers? Is it industries? Is it the youth, universities, or all of the above? And the answer is all of the above. And I want to make some personal connections here. So I was born and raised in Abu Dhabi. I call Abu Dhabi home. 20 years ago, this was our winter, and we used to wear winter clothes this time of the year. Now, I don't have other colors. It's white all around the year. We used to have thick wool clothes, no longer there. 20 years ago, it used to rain. So my winter growing up, when I was your age, winter was all about rain. Now we do cloud seeding, so artificial rain, and we are lucky if we get natural rain once every 2 to 3 years. So these are real changes. But where is the challenge? There are two challenges. I am from an oil and gas country. And when I hear the narration out there and they talk about this renewables, immediately what I feel is people assume that we can stop using oil and gas and move into renewables. But that's very short-sighted because that's not possible. Again, in a barrel of oil, what percentage is for transportation? Guesses? 50%, 70%, 80%? And when I say transportation, cars, trucks, maritime, and so on and so forth. Give me a number. 70? 17. 40. Exactly. 40% of a barrel is for transportation, which means 60%, where does it go? I challenge you to find an article in this whole surrounding, including your own, that does not have oil and gas in it. Your clothes, your glasses, your computers, your shoes, your everything. Watch, clock, and so on and so forth. And it continues. And if it's not a derivative oil and gas, it is powered by an energy that is produced by oil and gas. So the challenge is not the 40% when people start talking about let's buy electrical cars. The challenge is how about the 60%, which is everything else? And on top of that, the challenge is we have to make the change on the go. Nobody here is willing to, and you can't, it's not about willing. You cannot stop life as we know it today, take a pause for the next 5 years to find the solution, introduce the solutions, and make this climate changes. That's not an option because the population is increasing. What are we now? 8 billion. It says by 2050 we will be more than 10 billion, right? So the population is increasing. With the increased population, the requirement or the need for energy continues increasing. So to put a pause is not going to happen. What's innovation? Funny enough, innovation is an invention that could not make money. So what does that mean? We have so many good ideas, but if you cannot bring it into proper operations, that would result in economic upside. Why is economic upside important? To preserve the lifestyle that we live in. So if we cannot find a good idea, which is an invention, and you translate it into an invention, and then you take this invention and it sits on a shelf collecting dust, didn't do nothing. So the task here is on all of us, and mainly on you. The days of older generations handing down a solution is no longer valid. The solution for your time, you're at the prime of your youth to contribute towards this change, effective contribution. The narration needs to change. My narration when I was your age was finish university, get into a job, and for me it was in an oil and gas, work, 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 make money, get the stuff that you want. Were we environmentally cautious? To some extent. But now we see the changes. So when I sit with my children, this is what I tell them. It used to rain during winter. This road used to close because of the high tide. We have none of this anymore. And I'm sure each one of you in your own home country, if you speak to your parents or to the elder people, they will share very similar stories with you. Today in the morning, I heard they've announced, they said that 2023 is the hottest global year in the recorded history of mankind. And what was it? 2.5 degrees more. Seems very, very small, 2.5. But no, 2.5 Celsius is causing a lot of changes and the ripple effect that is there. Now let's bring it to companies and what's the role of the company. So Siemens Energy, what are we doing at Siemens Energy? Siemens Energy been around for 175 years. They're well known in oil and gas, and I think you visited some of our offices here. So the Middle East headquarters is in here, and our offices are built green. So conscious small decisions that we take towards achieving or contributing to this climate fight that we are in. What do? First, we started by ourselves. We are more than 90,000 employees around the world. We are in more than 90 countries, and we have more than, I think, 25 factories plus, so almost 100 facilities. So the decision was, we first start decarbing our own processes. Because I'm not in a position to sit here and tell people to change if the company itself is not taking that effort. It's easy to tell people what to do, but do it yourself and people will follow. Because everyone has a particular argument. They will come up with an argument. I've been in every argument you can think of when it comes to climate change. Oil and gas companies would simply say, fine, what's the alternative? Are you willing to pay the cost of the difference? So these needs systematic, gradual, small changes that will have a lasting effect. Time flies by. You're in your pre-20s, or let's say you're in your teens. Some of you are in their 20s. Very fast you will be in your 40s and 50s. Time just goes by. So how do you want to live your 30s, your 40s, your 50s? Because the struggle is real. We don't have the solutions. Nobody today has a solution. Because again, as I said, change needs to happen on the go. As you move, you make the change. Technologies that were non-existent several years ago, today is mainstream. We cannot live without our cell phones. So this is the mindset that we need to be, that we cannot live if it's not renewable. We cannot live if it's not environmentally friendly and so forth. And you know the famous saying, you cannot teach an old dog new tricks. That goes with the communities as well. So the change is from you, by you, and for you, and the next generations. We had a saying growing up in Arabia that we plant seeds and the harvesting is going to take place by the next generations. That narration also is changing because you will be planting the seeds of change and you will be reaping the benefits of this particular change. So, as I said, I'm not here to tell you numbers, figures. You know the numbers and figures better than I. We are in COP28. It shows you the world is converging towards having this story. But the challenge is, how can we take this story to the next level and the next level of actual implementation when it becomes a conscious decision? When I was young, and I was sharing this story previously, we used to be told, and I'm sure some of your teachers can relate to this, keep the lights on before leaving the house because we don't want people to know that the house is empty. Today, what's the message? Switch off the lights because of the consumption of energy. So you see the change, and this is in less than 30 years, from keeping the lights on to keep, let's say, the burglars away, from no, take the conscious decision. But guess what? We have technology to support us today. And who's driving these technologies? The technology is driven by AI, right? Applications, driven by computing power. Your generation will live through the supercomputers, quantum computers. You know more from anybody else about these technologies. And we want your thoughts, we want your inputs, us as an industry, to translate your fresh thoughts into an actual, feasible, reliable, and sustainable solution for this energy and climate fight that we are in. I look forward to talking to you later on. Thank you for this, and enjoy the better weather of the UAE. Thank you.
Thank you so much. How about this for a goal? Climate to be climate neutral in their operations in 2030. That's 7 years from now. They, as a company, have reduced their emissions 45 by 2025. Looking back to 2019, the goal is to reduce the emissions by 46%. Friends, we do not have many countries that are in a place to say that they will be neutral by 2030. We have industry that is leading that way, and we have young people who, hearing this, let's hold the industry that is in your backyard to that same accountability. Let's hold our governments to that same accountability, and let's hold ourselves to that same accountability. Dr. Rahad, thank you for sharing. Now, friends, in order to create a climate solution, we don't just stop at the industry partners, but we need to look at the organizations, the nonprofits, the charities that are out there doing work to help communities adjust, to help communities mitigate, to help communities live in the midst of climate change. And friends, there are no or more prominent organizations than Save the Children. And here to give us an inspiring word before we go into our celebration of student knowledge, followed by an open discussion afterwards, is Caitlin Smith, who leads the campaign work for Save the Children in the Middle East, North Africa, and Eastern Europe. She ensures that children and young people have meaningful voice in campaigns and advocacy across the region, working with groups of young campaigners to find creative ways to speak up on the issues that matter most to them. Caitlin is passionate about ensuring children's rights to have their voices heard in all decisions that affect them, and the need for rights-based approaches to work on climate, gender inequality, gender equality, social justice, and supporting the voices of children affected by conflict. She is now leading the Save the Children global campaign on climate change and economic inequality, Generation Hope, across the region, supporting children to raise their voices, engage in national, regional, and global flora and climate. Caitlin, would you be so kind as to share a few words of inspiration before we get into our student time?
Of course, thank you. Cheers. Hi everyone, I am so delighted to be here and to see you all. As you heard, I'm Caitlin, I work for Save the Children, and one of the main parts of my job is working with young people every day. You are the thing that inspires us, and you have a right to be here, okay? It's your right to be here, it's your right to be heard, and it is your right for adults to really listen to you. And that means meaningful participation, so not just that we hear you, but that we actually take action for the things that you tell us. So for Save the Children, we've been doing that through Generation Hope, which is a campaign that looks at economic inequality and climate change, and the intersection between those two things. So as part of that, we've been speaking to over 54,000 children in 41 different countries last year, and we've tried to build the campaign based on what children are telling us. So it's not coming from our voices and what we think you want, but it's what you're telling us. And that's what I would love to see within the whole COP space, that you have a space to speak, a space to be in the green zone, but also in negotiations, right? And that's one of the main things that we're trying to push for within the climate space. So I am very excited to hear what you all have to say later today and to talk to you this afternoon. Yeah, and I'll leave it there so that we can crack on and you can tell us all about what you know. Thanks.
Brilliant, brilliant. Thank you so much. Wonderful. What a great way to start the day. So this is what's going to happen now. For all of our guests who are here joining us from across the region, your schools, we are so happy to have you here. We have young people from 20 countries who have brought their action projects, their research projects that they are passionate about in their regions. And over there in the workshop area is where you can see that work and interact with them and ask them questions about what they're doing and how they're thinking about it. And then after that, we're going to have kind of an informal, we're all going to gather under the tent, sit on the ground, and have a question and answer time with our two special guests who were here, and just talk about some of the solutions. It was actually, Fairgreen, one of the students was like, hey, you know what? I kind of want to talk to them for a little bit instead of just listening. I'm like, that's a great idea. And Dr. Fahad was fine with it, and as was Ms. Smith, and so we're good to go. Friends, I couldn't be more thrilled than to have you here. I just want to say a special thank you to our friends at Extreme Hangout. Their vision for creating space for children is unparalleled. And to host in such a fabulous spot as this, we could not ask for more. So a huge thank you to our friends who are doing that. Let's give everyone. And without further ado, let's look at some, now it's not just student research, there are e-cards. So we have these cards that you can create and send to government in terms and industry around innovation you would like. We have some art projects that are there. Just head on over there to the tent and we will get you going, and we'll let our friends at Extreme Hangout head on to the next part of their program.
Thank you very much, Centre for Global Education. And we will be very, very shortly turning the stage around, ready for the next panel. For those that are staying for the Google, don't go anywhere. Give us a few minutes to turn around.
Our esteemed panelists will be discussing how media and technology can improve accessibility to climate information. It is a privilege to welcome Kate Brandt, CSO at Google, and our esteemed panel to the stage. Thank you.
I don't know.
Should we come?
Good.
Yeah? Come on up, guys. You know what you're doing.
Am I in
You
the right
tell me.
place? Yes.
Okay. All right. We got it. All right. How's everyone doing? All right. Good. Well, welcome. I'm Kate Brandt. I'm the Chief Sustainability Officer at Google. And I have to tell you, I say this sincerely, I've been looking forward to this all week. This is my 6th day here at COP. Yes, absolutely. And let's give
And I
our
know how many
amazing-
engagements you have, so that really is an honor
Yes.
because
No, and I have to say, you know, I get to interact with a lot of people. A lot of the work that we do at Google is thinking about how can information and innovation unlock progress on climate action. But also, I am so inspired by the work of these creators in particular, but really our whole creator community on YouTube who are making such incredible content, using their voices, bringing insights from communities around the world, and also not only helping us understand the problem, which we know is large, we know we're not on track to where we need to be, but also the solutions. And that's what I so appreciate about the approach that you're all taking, which I know we're going to talk about a lot more during this session. So before we dive in, I just want to introduce you to these 3 incredible people. So first, Projecta. I think this is at least the 3rd time I'm seeing you
It is the 3rd
in the
time,
last
yes.
few weeks. Well, maybe less, over the course of the year anyway. So Projecta is a YouTube creator and actress who makes comedy videos on her widely followed YouTube channel, Mostly Sane. And over the past year, she's engaged in a number of conversations surrounding climate, including a CNBC feature and raising awareness on her own channel through her hashtag Real Talk Tuesdays series, which I'm a particular fan of, by the way. And in 2022, she was also appointed by UNDP as India's first youth climate champion, which I think is so tremendous, and has been on the front lines of advocating for climate action in that role. So welcome, Projecta.
Thank
It's
you.
great to see you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
I think you've got some fans in the audience.
So Alice Eady, we had the great pleasure of meeting in New York during Climate Week, just back in September, but it's such a pleasure to welcome you. Alice is the co-founder and CEO of Earthrise, which is an impact-driven media company for people plus planet, pioneering innovative multimedia storytelling. And Alice is an award-winning documentary filmmaker, a photographer, and a campaigner, and just an all-around incredible person. So great to be with you again,
So
Alice.
happy to be here.
And then lastly, Jacob Botton. How'd I do?
Yeah, very good.
Okay, all right, very good. Thank you for the coaching. Jacob and I were together in Berlin over the summer, and Jacob is a science YouTuber and researcher who has his master's in education and physics and social sciences from the University of Cologne, and he's currently working on his doctorate degree. And through his YouTube channel, which hopefully you've seen, Breaking Lab, he is making current events and important topics like climate feel tangible, and I love it. You explain things really well and in a very accessible way. So his motto is based off of an alleged quotation by Albert Einstein: "If you cannot explain something easily, you have not understood it." So before we dive into our conversation, I do just want to take a moment to play a video clip so you can get a little bit of a better sense of all the amazing work these folks are doing.
Hi, my name is Jakob Botton, and I'm a German researcher and science YouTuber and founder and creator of Utopia. Utopia is about small steps. If every individual takes one step in the right direction, 7.77 billion steps are made. But today in our society, we tend to point at each other instead of walking together. And in the end, we are stuck and don't move forward at all. Nobody is perfect. We travel by plane, we drive cars and consume too much. At Utopia, we don't point at all these mistakes, but we celebrate every little step toward the right direction. And many of those little steps are needed. Imagine you have to make all those steps. Would it help more to get blamed all the time or to get cheered up along the way? Therefore, over 80 creators, politicians, scientists, and celebrities come together for 5 days, live together under a dome, and stream non-stop live. We created one of the biggest live stream events in Germany. Together, we planted a forest bigger than the Vatican. We built a new home for a family that lost their home in a flooding, and we collected over 200,000 kilos of plastic garbage from rivers and waters around the world. And probably the most important thing, through the very diverse people that came together at Utopia, we reached a huge audience that might not have thought that much about climate change and the environment before. And we encouraged them to take little steps on their own. Of course, those are all small steps, but they show what we can achieve if we walk together.
Thank you.
Do we get to see a couple more clips? Hope so. All right, give us one moment.
This is where you'd hear the cricket sound design
Yeah.
in the YouTube video.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
At the second Indigenous Women's March.
The big problems that we face today is the number of people who have no connection with the natural world. People need to know we are part of the natural world. We actually aren't separated from it.
And that's why storytelling is important.
We've got to do something about it now. Not in 2035, but now.
The aim of this project is to create a film that captures the voices of everyone that sits in this chair.
Climate change, extreme weather. The COP stands for COP, Conference of
Our planet right now is running out of water.
People who did the least damage to the environment are paying for it the most.
The platform or anyone in this room, what would be the first 3 things that we could do?
Visibilizar el trabajo de la Amazonía y también muy pronto.
¿Te puedes imaginar que solo
60 seconds and why they matter.
Textiles are fundamental to every culture in the world and fundamental to life for all of us.
Hope isn't just sitting back, wishful thinking. Hope depends on our action.
I've watched that so many times, and I still find myself
I know, I like that. You're like.
I'm just worried that my video is going to follow that.
Stop it.
Hi guys, what's up? Thank you so much for watching.
There you are.
Now we're going to talk about biodiversity. We're going to talk about sustainable ecotourism.
Yeah.
That's it.
All right, so that gives you all just a little bit of a flavor of some of the amazing content these folks are creating, but obviously do check out their channels, and I know you guys always have new things dropping for us. All right, so let's get into the conversation. Projecta, I want to start with you. So you have been storytelling and sharing content online for nearly 8 years now, so you are a veteran of this space. And, you know, I would love for you just to talk to us a little bit more about YouTube as a platform and how you feel like you're using it, other creators are using it to democratize access to information about climate in this moment that it's so important to tell these stories, to talk about what's happening in communities. Tell us more about how you're thinking about that.
So I feel like my favorite, first of all, hello everybody. Thank you so much for being here. One of my favorite things about YouTube as a platform is just how organically conversations kind of just flow through. I'll be honest with you, when I started making content, I did not start with wanting to have an impact or bring a change. I just wanted to upload comedy content that I was writing. I didn't know better. I was 21 when I was starting. I'd just been fired from a job that I wasn't good at, so in all fairness, thank God. I didn't start at all with these dreams. I never thought I'd be at COP, or I never thought we'd meet at Anga last month, and it wasn't something that I thought. I found a community, and I think that was the biggest upside to being a creator. I found a community in 2017. I realized that when I speak to people through my channels, they're actually speaking back. It's a conversation. It's the circles closing. It's not just usernames sitting in their houses. These are people attached who are willing to open up and share. The conversation started with mental health and body positivity, and then eventually kind of dominoed into a bunch of different things that YouTube had a huge role to play in, not just as a platform, but also as a very strong cheerleader for a creator like me. I remember the first time in 2019 when I got an email from YouTube saying, hey, we're making a YouTube Originals documentary with Michelle Obama. Do you want to be a part of it? And I was like, what are these rhetorical questions you're asking me? What were you expecting me to say? Then, no, I'm busy. I have to get my nails done. I can't. So I was very surprised that YouTube thought of me. We're a huge country. We are a lot of people. We are a lot of creators. The digital economy in India is booming. We're the biggest market in the world right now. So the fact that YouTube has kind of given me not just a platform, but also like an extended microphone. You're making your conversations here, but also like here, you can make them here, and you can go to COP, and you can go to Davos, and you can go to the UN General Assembly Week. And I just feel like that kind of empowerment just amplifies the messaging so much more. So I'm very grateful.
And the storytelling, I guess we felt wasn't, I mean, there were loads of problems with it, right? There wasn't enough human stories. It wasn't hope-filled and solutions-driven. I think there was a lot of activism. We had, me and the two co-founders had found ourselves out on the streets protesting. We were terrified. We were frustrated. We wanted to sort of shake people and say, wake up, a climate crisis is happening. But we knew that the storytelling could be better, and we wanted to set up Earthrise as a kind of aspirational brand that used good design. I always felt our mission was like, I would see amazing music videos, I would see amazing fiction films, and we wanted to harness those tools and bring them to real storytelling with impact. And that was a big impetus to set up Earthrise. I've totally forgotten your question. I've gone on such a...
It was just more really like in this moment of both, we're hearing so much bad news all the time, but we're also seeing more solutions. Like, what's your way in? What's working that's breaking through for you?
Yeah, well, fear is not working, and we know that statistically. So you're much more like, what we try to do is bring people on a journey with us. I think that is a dance with every piece of content, and we do the super short form to the documentary to the explainer to the much longer film, we are dancing a dance of sharing how urgent and critical the situation that we're in is, whilst not making people feel patronized or feeling like they're having it shoved down their throat. We are trying to be solutions and optimistic. I think we haven't, as a movement, and we see ourselves as, you know, a part of the climate movement, we have spent not enough time talking about the opportunity here to build a better world, fairer and greener in every way, rather than just talk about the sacrifice that needs to happen. And solutions exist. I mean, you will hear them here. Solutions are there. We need to get better at the storytelling piece. And that, for us, is where we think we can shape the values we live by and the culture that we live in, which ultimately leads to better business, better leadership, better policy, and better system.
Absolutely. So Jacob, let's turn to you. I love that quote at the outset that I know inspires you in terms of the importance of explaining science, of breaking it down, of making it relatable. And I've watched a lot of your videos, and I think you do a really excellent job of that. And I know you're also a researcher yourself. You're studying for your PhD right now. So how are you thinking about this? What are the tools that you're using to break down science, to make it explainable, and again, to motivate people, to use it as a motivational tool?
Yes, I mean, science is part of the solution we are all looking for. And Alice is totally right, you need storytelling. And I mean, I studied physics, and I know a lot of people who are in physics, so to be honest, they are not that good in storytelling oftentimes. Probably you have seen it in school. Sometimes it's a little bit hard to explain things so you understand it, but it's so important because we need the science to have all those solutions, and we need to understand it. But because when we don't understand the science behind the solutions and the problem, how should we solve it? People can tell us everything. So I think that's the point. You have to have good storytelling, and you have to understand the science. So if you combine that, you can show people solutions, and that will get them excited. So often I see people who say to me, oh, in school I didn't like physics or chemistry or so. Then they say, but I found your channel, and then I got interested in it. And that's so nice. And I want to share one little story, because I was at an event like some weeks ago, and then there was this old man, and my audience is younger, and he came like, I don't have a question, but I want to tell you something. My son, who was never interested in science, saw your channel, and now he is studying engineering for sustainability. And that was so nice, because I think that's what we need. We need the storytelling to get the people into science, and then they can use the science to solve those big problems we have, because for me, science is the answer.
Absolutely. And so I know one thing that you're quite famous for doing is lighting people on fire, which maybe I'm still going to do that with you. I haven't had the opportunity to do that with you yet. Talk to me about why do you do that? What are you trying to communicate by doing that?
I mean, there are different reasons. The first reason is I'm a very curious person. I like to learn stuff. And then when it comes to sustainability, I have the feeling that there's a need to, because like Alice said, we hear all those bad news, but often we are not talking about the solutions, because often those solutions are a little bit complex, but there are ways to communicate them. And maybe the event you have shown in the video, it's called Utopia. It's a live stream we do with the most famous creators of Germany, and the idea was behind it, I get people together who are not into science, who are not known for standing for the topic of sustainability, and bring them together to learn with them. And that worked so well, because they got so interested. Actually, I saw that last year we collected for orangutans, and I saw a YouTuber he had the most famous YouTube series in Germany for children. And he changed his content completely after Utopia. And now he's in Indonesia, and he's helping to get this orangutans back into the forest. And I thought, that's so amazing, because I have the chance to bring the people together, give them some information so they learn where we have needs, what we have to do, and then they can do their work. Because, I mean, I'm not so extrovert, so it's good if I may help people, and then they are there to bring the message to the people. So yeah, that's my way, and I think it's it's so nice, and it's giving me so much, because it's such a so many good feelings. If you
For that. Can you talk a little bit more about that and some of the insights that you've gotten through some of that work you've done?
For sure. So earlier last year, I think, so I come from an indigenous community or from the coast of Maharashtra, where the Koris, we're the fisherman community. So a huge first thing I realized was that even when there are solutions, I feel like the lack of awareness of these solutions is where the problem really,
And that's what I love about what you're doing, that you're uncovering these local solutions that are working, that are creating greater resilience, and then creating a platform so you can get the word out about
because
it.
most of them are extremely easy and adaptable. Most of these, and if you give the right training, these are very hardworking people everywhere across my country. We have people who get up every day, work hard, everywhere across everywhere, not just by, but I'm just saying that these are people who have adapted to change in climate. They've adapted to change in economies. They are people who have adapted in overall lifestyle change as time has gone. So obviously, it's easier for them to adapt to it, but the lack of information to these solutions is where the problem lies. And I've kind of realized that that is maybe where my space is to kind of understand and amplify these stories a little more, because I 100% agree to what you said with as much as facts are important. I feel like when you have to kind of make a more larger spread impact, a story might just do it easier.
Absolutely. And just one other question for you. Another story that you did recently that I loved was about waste. So I know when we're at COP, we talk a lot about climate solutions like clean energy, obviously really important. There was an agreement recently where countries were committing to triple clean energy by 2030. But we also know waste is a huge issue. A third of food is wasted globally. Organic waste is leaching methane. What were a couple of the insights you got? You did some dumpster diving. You got into it and really tried to better understand our waste system and what we can do to change that.
One of the first things I realized was that it's very easy for all of us to be in rooms like this and understand things that are being said. If we sit down and talk about, oh, the carbon footprint, or oh, this SDG, or that SDG, or this is the number, this 1.5 degree. Honestly, when you really go out and you meet these communities who are the most affected, they have absolutely no clue what this means. So one of the first things I realized was that communication and awareness actually has to start as simple as don't litter, or segregate your waste, or make sure you have a compost pit, make sure you don't use single-use plastics, make sure you don't go for hoarding more food than you actually need. And when I started speaking about it, I remember one of the first few conversations I had with the team was, I don't need to tell people not to litter. They know that. They really don't.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the times the communities on the coast that are affected the most, and that's what I learned at the beach cleanup, are not the people who are making the mess in the sea.
Yeah.
So I feel like it does not matter, and I mean, that's a gray space, but it doesn't matter how educated you are or what background you come from, what religion you come from, or what kind of upbringing you've had. At this point, I feel like the most basic point to start having this conversation is literally just telling people simple things as they are. And that has just been, ever since then, every time I go anywhere, I'm just like, could you please explain this, but like in easier words?
Right.
Could you just break this down? Could you just tell me what this means so I can tell a 13-year-old sitting in Gujarat what it means so she can actually adapt it and not scroll past my video thinking, this is not my job, I don't get what it is.
Alice, did you want to come in
Well,
on
no,
that?
it just goes back to that
Yeah.
quote. I've never
Yeah.
heard that Einstein quote. I absolutely
know,
love
right?
that, and it speaks to the power of accessibility.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, in our stories, I think we're all in the business of knowledge and empowerment through accessible information. And it took me years to understand this issue. I can't tell you the books I tried to read, the newsletters I signed up to try and get my head around this. And so in building stories that I myself would have wanted on that journey, which I feel we're all trying to do, is so important. And it comes back to the theme of the talk, which is the accessibility point.
Yeah.
And using different storytelling tools and experimenting. I mean, you speak to recently we just did a video where we got a renewables energy company CEO to meet with 3 children in the series. It's a new format called No Kidding. And so these 3 young kids interviewed him. And honestly, I think it was such a brilliant format. It's comedic, it's hilarious, but it also speaks to a rule. And I love the idea of you needing to explain something to a 13-year-old. If we cannot explain this to a 13-year-old, let's go back to the drawing board and let's keep experimenting and let's use every tool in the book. We have to try comedy, we have to try human stories, we have to really diversify the kind of ways that we get the message across.
I love that, yeah.
And I want to add something. It's all right, and there's another point of it, because, and you're seeing it at COP a lot.
Yeah.
There are people who are hiding things behind complicated words.
Totally.
Yes.
I've been at so many panels, for example, where they were talking about carbon capture, and they have like 5 words worth: carbon capture, direct air capturing, CCS, CDR, and so on. And they were talking about like, oh, we have the solution for everything. But if you understand the science behind it and understand how much energy it takes, 1/3 of the energy of a coal plant, for example, would be necessary to do carbon capture and storage to make it neutral. And they can do that because the people don't understand. I saw audience that are applauding for it, and I thought like, did you really understand what they are telling you about green oil? I heard the word green oil. So I think that's so important that you explain good stuff so people understand the potential of it, but also explain when people might try to trick you because they use very complicated words and science. And so that's why this is so important to make information accessible.
I never want to do a COP without you, by the way. You're like, I feel so much more of an expert with you at my side. You're like,
yeah, and you are helping me how to, actually yesterday you helped me how to film on this ammonia boat. It's
I loved that.
good teamwork.
I love it. I love to know that you guys are teaming up here. Yeah,
I
project it,
think
please.
2 more things I learned over the past 2 years especially was that number 1, the more you sensationalize content around climate action, the more people are going to stay away from it. The more you make it so like, did you know what happened? And they're just going to be like, no, but if you start with, so I went there and then I met this girl, like when I met Helena, I was from the Ecuadorian Amazon. Oh my God, the conversation I had with her, I've spoken about it on my channel, on my lives all the time so much, and every time I speak about her, there's so much response that I get saying, oh my God, I read up about it and she's so inspiring. That's 1. And number 2 is, it's also important for us, I think, as creators to tell stories and get people to understand that when you try to make a sustainable change in your life, it's not always necessarily expensive.
Yeah.
I feel like it's also that, like a lot of time.
factor, I think, and provide better opportunities, better solutions, and people will take them. Even if you're not going to win the moral argument, provide better alternatives.
Exactly right. And happily, like, a lot of those solutions are emerging. And so we need to be sharing those stories, which I know you're all doing. So Alice, you mentioned something a moment ago that hit on a theme I wanted to ask you about. So you mentioned this experience of bringing some young people to talk to the CEO of an energy company, I think you said. I want to see that video. I haven't seen that one yet. But something I know that you do in your work is you've now met with a lot of world leaders who are working on climate change. I know last time I saw you, we were in New York with Michael Regan, the administrator of the EPA. So you're talking with a lot of people who are in power, who are leading a lot of this work in political office at businesses, but you're also connecting with young people. And I know we have a lot of young people in the audience here with us today, and I think we've talked about this. I believe so strongly that young people have been a huge part of that. We find ourselves today in a moment where people are paying attention to climate. I've had so many executives that I work with at other companies in the last several years come find me and say, Kate, I wasn't really paying attention to this climate change thing, but my daughter, my son, my niece, my nephew, they're coming and they're talking to me about this, and now I'm listening. So I'm really passionate about this opportunity to bring together more people from the youth climate movement with leaders, and I see that's something that you're doing. Can you talk more about how you're thinking about that? How do we create more space for that? What are some places you've seen that working?
My mind is exploding. So I'm buzzing still because I just got the chance to speak to Sylvia Earle. But we've also, in our remote studio, courtesy of YouTube, and thank you to Extreme Hangout, have a little Earthrise studio where we are interviewing so many different voices, frontline voices, world leaders, activists, and policymakers. We've also spoken to one of the youngest voices at COP this year. And so the intergenerational point is really important, that we speak to both, that all have a seat at the table. And one project that literally is my favorite, it was a YouTube original show that we did about 3 years ago, was called Seat at the Table. And it partnered, you would have seen a few clips from it. Some faces you will absolutely recognize, like David Attenborough and Jane Goodall, sort of epic veterans of this space, really elders to be respected, but we also spoke to frontline voices, and by partnering them on the same project, we kind of brought voices who would not normally get the opportunity and the platform with much more well-known voices. And I think bridge building like that is absolutely crucial. Everyone needs to be there. I think often there's a lot of pressure on young people that we're told we have to have all the solutions and that we kind of hold the answers. I think there's a balance between holding older generations to account to help us, but really the change needs to come by all of us working together.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic. And if you could wave your magic wand, who would you like to bring together to like have that conversation between some youth voices and some business or political leaders right now?
I mean, this may be way too British a reference, but like I think of someone like Maya Jama. Anyone know Maya Jama? No? Okay. So, yes! Great! But actually, I think one of the things we're thinking a lot more about is how do we bring to COP, but also more broadly to the climate conversation, mainstream voices at the heart of popular culture who are not climate experts. I think that's really where we're going to see incredible collaboration. And I would love to work with, talent who are at the heart of the music industry, heart of culture. We have to bring those voices into the conversation so it doesn't remain an echo chamber. I don't know if you guys, what your experience has been, but certainly when we started Earthrise, we thought, we're going to talk to people who are not already engaged with the issue, but we are talking to actually an incredibly engaged audience, which is amazing. But how can we push ourselves out of that echo chamber, engage new audiences who might know there's an issue, but don't know how to take action? We know that we may have won the battle against climate denial. The awareness the momentum is absolutely there in terms of understanding there's an issue. But, I spoke about that doomism point. I think it's really, we've kind of shifted from this era of denial into an era of doom. So if we can have radical collaboration that takes people on the journey, that harnesses the power of popular culture, I think we're going to be in a really, really good place.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Jacob, I want to come back to you on the science. So that I love, you shared a very interesting insight a moment ago on what you're seeing here and sort of people using scientific jargon to sort of mask the points that they're making. That was a very interesting insight. I also wanted to ask you, what do you feel like is the most misunderstood thing technically or scientifically about climate change? Like, what do you find yourself most often needing to explain to people that's a misconception or a misunderstanding?
Good question. I would mention 2 points.
Yeah.
One is very easy. In Germany, when we're talking about energy transition, people always think like solar power is so expensive. It's the cheapest way to produce energy. And they're always talking about, oh, coal is the cheap energy. It is not. It is definitely not. So that's the easy point. And the other point that's a little bit more complicated is this doomed thing that you are talking about, because that's also not a fact. Like, first of all, we're always talking about a situation that we're changing all the time. It's not like it will be that way. Not the world will not burn, but we have control on how fast the temperature rise is going to be. And if people understand that, they see that all the time with every decision we have chances. And there are tipping points. There are negative ones and also positive ones. And we still have the chances, the possibility to have so much impact on it. So yeah, that's very important, but sometimes a little bit complicated, because there's so many things you have to talk about if you're talking about why we are not doomed, but still have to do so many things because it's getting worse if it's not. So that's a little bit complicated, but yeah. I think that's a big misunderstanding. And what you said is also about communication of climate change. It's very important that we are often at these events with the people who are already totally informed on the topic. And it is so important to bring those people together who are not into this topic. And I'm coming back to Utopia because that's the idea behind. We have people who never have done anything with sustainability, and there was this one nice moment because we are living there, we are sleeping there, we are living there for 5 days.
Wow.
And so we are also eating there. And we are eating vegan because it has a positive impact on climate. And there was this guy who does survival content, and he loves meat. It was very hard for him. And then suddenly he tries oat milk for the first time. And he literally was like, oh, what is this? It's oat milk? Why have I never heard of it? And he was really excited because he thought it was so delicious. And I think these are the moments you need. And
right.
Yes, that's something that we have to understand when we're storytelling climate change. We have to get to the people who are not already informed, because we are often talking over and over again to the people who already know all the stuff. So
right.
that's
Did our invitation get lost in the post, or what? When is that happening next?
Oh, actually,
I have an idea. It sounds like you have some people who want to join you here.
COP gave me an idea, because Utopia, we did it in Germany for 3 years now. We did it in France also, 2 years, 1 year after we started there. And now I have an idea, because I want to do Utopia internationally. And we can do it because of AI. We can synchronize lip-based with AI. So my idea is I want to bring 5 creators from 5 countries.
So
everybody.
Okay, so you just get 3 more now.
In India.
2 more to go. And everybody streams on their channel in their language, because we can do that with AI.
Right.
And we're doing Utopia International because that's important and a very important message. We have to work together if we want to fight climate change, because it's about all of us. And we only can solve it together. So here, that's my pitch. Maybe Google join on this.
I like this. I like this. And just since you mentioned AI, a lot of what I've been here talking about at COP is a recent report that we published that looked at the potential of AI to accelerate climate solutions, when we actually found AI could lead to a 10% reduction in emissions globally by 2030 by accelerating the existing solutions we have. So I'm very excited about that opportunity space. But also at COP, we're talking about other scientific breakthroughs that we're seeing. We've been hearing fusion is 30 years away for a long time, but it feels like maybe it might really be 20 years away or so. We're talking about advanced nuclear, green hydrogen. What are you seeing at the cutting edge of climate science that's getting you excited, especially here at COP maybe?
All of what you mentioned.
Yeah.
Actually, yesterday I was invited to the UK to visit a facility that is working on fusion energy. We have one in Germany that is it's amazing. They're using lasers to do fusion energy. It's really exciting. But also, we have those, in Dubai, they're building the biggest solar park of the world. I hadn't heard about it. I want to go there. It's incredible. And also, what you mentioned about AI, I think what AI is always so complex to communicate because it's abstract. But if you can see that AI, for example, can help you to reduce energy usage because you can predict when will we need energy, when we don't need energy, and you can make factories but also homes way more efficient. That's amazing, and that's a huge potential. So there's so many crazy good ideas about how technology can help us, and we have to connect it with the humans. Technology is one part, humans are the other part, and if you connect it, it's so powerful. So we have the tools. We just need to do it right now.
And that's where the storytelling comes in, right?
That's where, and one more thing, because IPCC says that there are so many technologies that are coming to us right now. So we're working on it like the last 20 years, and they're coming now to get affordable, and there will be huge changes. We just have to take them. We have to be open for them, and if we do it together, we will do this.
Right, exactly right. Because that's what we've seen, right? Things like wind and solar have come down in price by over 80%, but now we need that next frontier set of solutions to come forward to. But I agree, I think the pace of change is moving rapidly, and we're excited about AI as that accelerant. All right, so we have about 5 minutes left, so I want to close with same question for all of you. You're all storytellers. You've been immersed in 7 days here at COP. What's the story that you're excited to leave COP and tell? What surprised you? What new insight have you gotten? So Projecta, let's start with you.
So when I was flying here, we were making the content plan for the whole week, and I was like, what kind of stuff do I want to do? What all do I want to shoot? And one of the most exciting bits of that was that I told the team, I said, I want to make a reel where everybody, and I'm going to make you do that too, but a reel where everybody tells us about the one progress point that they have seen happen in their journey so far that keeps them motivated to keep working against climate change. And the kind of responses I've gotten over the past 4 days have been very, very reassuring. So I'm with you when you say that, yeah, I mean, I'm very happy and I'm very hopeful. So that has been my highlight here for sure.
And can you share with us just a little preview of like a couple of those responses that you've heard that are giving you
One
hope?
was that a lot of employment is moving to green jobs, which I had not thought of. Another one was solar. Another one was speaking about education around this. So in a lot of places, formal education actually includes what climate action is and what climate change is and how to have a sustainable life, which was great. There's a couple more that I've.
All right, I love it. I love it. All right, we'll look forward to seeing that once you make that video.
Yeah.
All right, Alice, what about you? What stories are you excited to tell when you leave Dubai?
I mean, I love coming to COPs because I feel like I learn so much.
Yeah, me too.
I think there's probably two conversations. I mentioned speaking to Sylvia Earle, but I also got to speak to the NASA administrator who had, a few decades ago, had the opportunity to fly to space. And I got to share with him, oh my God, we named Earthrise based on the first ever photo taken of the Earth from space by an astronaut on the Apollo 8 mission. And it was said to sort of kickstart an environmental movement because for the first time, we got a sense of perspective on the planet as this vulnerable, fragile, floating blue dot. And so we named the company Earthrise, knowing that we felt, decades on, we were at a similar crossroads where urgent action was needed. Sylvia spoke not about space, but about being deep underwater and that shift in perspective. And I leave feeling genuinely really reinvigorated about the power of storytelling because it shifts your perspective. And the most important thing we need to change and to interrogate is our relationship with the planet, who we are, not that we are separate to nature, but that we are part of it. And I see and feel and know that there is a momentum and a sea change in the way that we see ourselves. I think we can credit the incredible indigenous communities that are here in a bigger presence than ever at these climate conferences and finally being given the space. You mentioned Elena Gualinga. I can only massively encourage you all to follow her work, an incredible indigenous activist from Ecuador. I've learned so much from those communities and to think about and challenge our own placement in the world. And then with that shift in perspective, ask ourselves, what is our role? You know, I did the activism thing. I've done so many different things in my fear and terror about what was happening with climate change. And I think really thinking, okay, I'm passionate about storytelling. I always have been. However, you'll never, you know, I could speak about it for hours, the power of the human story, the power of storytelling to move us, because we know this is a battle for hearts and minds. We know it's not facts alone that will move us. For me, that was storytelling. For each one of you, it may be something completely different. And I think thinking about finding your role, whether you're an artist, a scientist, a creative, you work within business, out, whatever it is, you have a role to be part of the conversation. And I always leave COP a little more focused on the mission ahead.
I love that. Jacob, how about you?
Hard to follow. Okay, I think I want to tell the story about all those projects on the world, like this fusion energy in UK, but also the solar park in Dubai. And I want to tell the story about these technologies because I think they give hope. But also I learned from my couple creators that I want to share the story of the people behind it. For example, this fusion energy thing, it's crazy. There's a PhD student, he was researching about those, I think they're called pistol crabs. They snap very fast and then they create plasma. And he used this idea from this animal for fusion energy. And that's an amazing story, and I want to tell this. And I want to tell more of these stories because they give me hope. And I think this international aspect is so important, so I want to spread this in Germany.
Oh, wow, biomimicry for fusion energy. I love that. All right, I'm looking out for that story. Well, wonderful. Thank you so much, Projecta, Alex, Jacob. Thank you for the incredible work you're doing, for the stories you're telling, for the hope that you're giving all of us. And it's such an honor to be with you all. So thank you so much. And thank you all for joining us.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Okay.
Do we have time? Do we have a minute or two?
questions.
Oh, good. All right. I didn't know that we got to turn to our audience. Well, wonderful. All right. Well, we have some microphones in the audience. Someone give me a sense of how much time we have for questions. How many questions can we take? Maybe 5 minutes? 5 minutes for questions? 15 minutes for questions. Oh, great. Okay, amazing. All right. Well, then wonderful. Please, anyone who has questions for our wonderful creators up here, right there in the back here, we have a microphone. Oh, right in front of you. Yeah, let's go back here first. The gentleman in the gray jacket. Okay, perfect. Hi, and just please introduce yourself. Tell us where you're coming from.
All right, so my name is Yusuf, born and raised in this beautiful country, in Dubai specifically. So I just joined about 10 minutes ago. I'm very sorry. I'm sure you guys started a bit earlier. But I wanted to get a perspective from one of you guys in terms of climate change and what is best. I think it's a broad project, but what is something an individual can do generally to have an impact towards positive climate change? Is there any tips, tricks, anything that you guys would like to share?
All right, top
It's a
tips.
bit broad, I know.
No, but this is good. This picks up on our theme. Top tips for individual action. How do we make this practical for
Just
people?
make very simple, sustainable changes in your life. Like I mentioned before, start segregating your waste, start composting, stop using single-use plastics, stop littering. Don't waste food. See if you can grow your own food. Just very basic, everyday life changes can have a huge impact.
Yeah, I think...
Educate yourself. Knowledge is power, and share it. I think some of the most powerful conversations we have are with our own families at the dinner table, with different generations who may not feel the same way about you. If I can speak from my own personal experience, it's incredibly powerful. Change the people in your own life, and starting there and then amplifying from there. Everyone has a voice. Everyone is a storyteller. Use yours.
Thank you.
Anything you want to add?
I would say as an individual, the biggest impact you can have is on, for example, your food, how you eat, that you don't throw away your food. But I think even more important, because one of the biggest solutions lies in energy. Most of the CO2 we emit through energy. And you're not able to change that as an individual, but you're able to make the way free for it. So I think as a society, we have the task to give the politicians the mission to tell them, please make this transition. We want this transition because we need it. And then these politicians have to make the rules, and then the economy has to react on that. And I think that's the way. And it's very important that you understand that you can't, it's not your mission to solve it on your own. CO2 footprint is something that BP created. They wanted to tell you that it's your task to solve this problem. You have to make the way free so the politics can make it, and you have to tell them it's your mission to do it. And I think that's our task.
Yeah, and I think just to pick up on that, I think you're right. There used to be, I think, a sense that there was a deflection of asking people to take action so that companies and governments were not taking responsibility. I feel like it's almost come full circle, though, that now, of course, we need more, but now that we've seen major policy agendas, we've seen a lot of action from business, what we also know, the IEA has a study that I read recently that says 55% of the emissions reductions that we need by 2050 are in some way connected to individual choice. So now we need to start that flywheel where it's not putting it on the individual because others aren't taking responsibility, but rather we all need to be taking responsibility, both asking that of our politicians and our businesses, but also then, to speak on behalf of our business for a moment, Google, what can we do through our business to give people sustainable solutions? So we think about that a lot. One thing we've seen is we like to look at Google Trends of what are people searching for around the world. And what we've seen is that searches are at all-time highs for all the things we've been talking about up here: solar energy, electric vehicles, thrift store shopping, and buying secondhand. So how do we put helpful information in the hands of people in that moment of decision when your air conditioner breaks and you're coming to Google trying to find someone to fix it? We want to make sure you also know that, hey, a heat pump might be an option for you. There might be a tax incentive in your area. Or when you're looking to buy your next car, you're seeing information about how much an EV might be able to save you. Or when you're looking to buy clothes online, you're seeing secondhand options next to the first run. So that's how we think about it. It's giving people that information in moments of decision so we can continue to accelerate that flywheel.
And I would just, off the back of that, I think it's a really important point about individual action versus corporate and government action. It is absolutely a fallacy that it's individual action alone, and I think it's been so dangerous, this very successful marketing on BP and on behalf of others, to tell us that it's all our fault and we're totally individually responsible. And I think the particularly harmful thing about it is that people like us who then talk about the issue, we get massively criticized because we are, you've got on a flight to Dubai, you're a hypocrite, how could you? And of course, there is irony in everyone flying, but I personally don't want to see a world without COP, and you have to hope and pray that you have more good impact than not. But I think the best thing we can do is create spaces that are inviting rather than critical, stop pointing fingers at each other and realize that the forces that we're fighting are much bigger and they're over there rather than at each other sat in the audience here.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, guys. That was very brief. Appreciate it.
Thank you. No, thanks for your question. I have another question right here. Or actually, all right, you want to come? Let's come here first. Behind, yes. Yeah, go ahead. And then we'll come to you.
Thank you. So, this is my first time in Kuwait. I'm from the New York City area, and I'm blown away by the number of buildings, just the prosperity. The prosperity here that was not the case when I was growing up decades ago. Why would we do anything to deny such to still developing countries? I mean, clearly fossil fuel energy has brought prosperity to a place like, I said Kuwait, I meant United Arab Emirates, sorry. Why would we do things to deny the benefits of fossil fuels to developing countries that can prosper so much because of it? I mean, you have it all around us here. Why would we deny that?
Yeah, I think it's important that we don't deny, where we are right now, Dubai has received, I think, disproportionate criticism. It receives a lot of criticism. It says, oh, this is a nation entirely built on oil wealth. Well, so is the UK, so is the US, and no one would bat an eyelid if we held COPs there. Having said that, we cannot have the present guided by the morality of yesterday, and it's an industry that is no longer fit for purpose, and it has to shift. Now, that's not that this is where the just transition comes in. We absolutely have to transition the economy. That is backed by
is
science.
it just to have a colonial, with all due respect, a colonialist mindset toward developing countries that do not have this prosperity that you and I have growing up? Why? That strikes me as a very kind of a new colonialism that we're imposing on people and denying them the prosperity that oil has brought. By the way, this doesn't suggest we don't continue energy research and better ways of doing things, but for the next generation, but it just seems that is not justice to me. But anyway, thank you.
Developing countries should absolutely be aided in this transition, and that's where the just transition comes from. And that's where funds like loss and damage, yes, that was a massive win on the first day of COP. Still, it's only 10% of the funding that's needed. That developing low-income nations should absolutely be supported and not left behind.
Thank you. All right, let's come over here. We had this gentleman here, and then we'll come to you over here. Sorry, we'll get you a mic. Thank you for your patience.
Hey, thank you for this awesome panel. Alex from San Francisco. I work on the climate team at Facebook. So we think a lot about storytelling, especially storytelling on climate. And what I think we're really curious about is how do you measure the success of you having climate storytelling? Like, you talk about climate, you make people understand. Have you been thinking about if there is some way to like measure in some qualitative or quantitative way how much this storytelling actually influences people's behavior? And if you can even put like a CO2 price tag on it, I'll be really curious.
Measuring the impact of storytelling.
I would love
you guys
to
are
know.
thinking about?
Yeah. Please let me know if you find out.
Actually, I would say it's something about, you can read it out of comments on the first hand, so you have people responding to you, and I often have to respond, oh, I didn't know that. So I think that is an impact. Then the second thing is if you, we're doing call to action. We're, for example, Utopia, we're collecting money, and we collected like, I think 500,000 from individuals, and many of them are in school. So that's a lot of money from individuals. And I think that's also another way of measuring that. It's not measuring everything of it, but it shows that there is something happening, and we're reaching to the people, and they seem to be thinking that it's so important that they're taking the money they get as a pupil and thinking, oh, I should donate some of this money so we can plant trees or we can collect garbage out of rivers. So this is an impact. And the third thing is we're talking to politicians. And when I started YouTube, at least in Germany, politicians actually didn't really talk to YouTubers because they talked to the big press. And now I talk, in Germany, we talk to almost everyone who's in charge. And now they're coming to us, so can we be part of it? We want to discuss it with the youth. So I think that's the third point that gives me the feeling, at least, that we're having an impact.
I think
we're talking about a fundraiser. Is that your second point?
Actually, my usual content is just science videos, but once in a year for 5 days I do this live streaming event, and then we're doing fundraising for NGOs that are related to sustainability. So, yeah.
So you got a fundraiser through your channel for climate NGOs?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yes, yes.
Alice, did you also want to come in on this?
No, I just think being at a COP is also credit in some ways to how much things have changed. I mean, think about every room now. I don't want to or go into spaces where there aren't people speaking from lived experience, indigenous communities. Think about language and the frameworks. Of course, you might not be able to directly measure, but now the language of climate justice is familiar to most of us here. It wasn't 4 years ago. I think you really see that in the way that we perceive things, and language allows us to give shape to experience, and I think that's why the storytelling is important. Of course, it's incredibly hard to measure narrative change and the direct impact, but absolutely we know that stories shape culture, culture shape values, values shape leaders, leaders shape policy, and policy shapes the system.
I also feel like Exactly. I mean, just quickly adding on to what she said, the fact that most of these conversations, most of these policy making, most of these arguments even used to always happen in boardrooms with people who do not look like us. None of us. Everyone. It was very official. It barely ever trickled down to reach. So the fact that there is representation by creators, the fact that Google has a panel with creators is, I think, also a very important measuring point, I think, for creators like us to know that, okay, we are speaking and our voice is being heard.
That's great. All right, we have just a couple minutes left, but I want to make sure we come to your question here before we wrap up.
Thank you. My name is Ashwarya. I was recently working on the Horn of Africa, specifically in Kenya, with the International Rescue Committee and in communications. So in the business of stories and capturing stories, as authentically as possible. But this is true of a lot of humanitarian organizations. We have guidelines to follow, and I found myself getting a little frustrated on how diluted the stories were and not completely, I guess maybe the people who were telling their stories, they weren't coming out the way they might have wanted it to. So I went out and on Instagram, TikTok, kind of sharing information on the Horn of Africa, the drought on the Horn of Africa, to make sure that information was more reachable. But like you said, Alice, fear doesn't really, capture attention, and people will, swipe away. I'm really curious, and I would love to hear about using comedy as a tool with something that is so serious. And I think you've touched on it, but we're seeing more satire, more comedy come out, but it's a sensitive topic. I mean, there's so many facets. You can poke fun at big oil and people with money, and we can laugh at it. But when we have stories that are a bit more sensitive and, I want to leave it open, but comedy as a tool for information.
Okay, great. Alice, I know you raised how you're thinking about this.
Yeah, I think the whole conversation around how we use new tools, how Hollywood gets engaged with this. I was on a panel the other day and somebody said, I hope I don't get her words wrong, but she sort of spoke to the fact that, we make endless films about the end of the world, apocalypse, death. We find comedy in those issues. I think we need to find a way for climate narratives to weave into Hollywood films, into all the content that we make, whether it's in a way that's very on the nose. As you say, there's absolutely the space for those more lived experience, observational filmmaking, which is more earnest, but also we need to think about how we use comedy, and this is all a way of finding new tools, packaging the same message in as many different formats, and we're all, I said, trying to experiment with that. I'm incredibly passionate about the kind of stories that you're mentioning, and I think it's very, very important, and increasingly for those contributors to those projects to also be the architects of the story, to be, we talk about this in the documentary world as participatory filmmaking. It's really important that people feel their own stories are represented in the way they want. I've also worked with organizations where there are limitations on your language. It is incredibly frustrating. But I think in pre-production, have as much of their involvement as possible in the crafting of the story is definitely a way that we found to counter that. But yeah, experimenting with the same message in multiple different ways.
Wonderful.
Also, if I may just quickly add to that, I feel like you'll never get it right the first time.
Totally.
It's a lot of trial and error, and I hate to say it, but at this point, with the whole cancel culture in place, it's a tough place to be in when you want comedy to be one of your primary tools. So I would suggest that keep it as a tool, but also work very, very hard on the intent of the story, getting the communication, like she said, put all your might into pre-production before it actually goes on, and be prepared for mistakes. I feel like that's just something, because there's no other way around it. There's going to be trial, there's going to be error, but when you crack it, it's one of the most fun things to do with storytelling.
Great. All right, well, I know we are at time. Thank you again, Projecta, Alice, Jacob. Thanks for all the great questions. Appreciate y'all being here. Thank you, guys.
city. Losing my eyes to it too. Walking through blue lights at night looking pretty. Fluorescent hypnotic view. It's city life and city living. It's a pretty life. The city's giving. It's city life. City living. It's a pretty life. The city's giving.
Can we get who do I speak to about vocals? Okay, can we just get a little bit less? Yeah, tiny bit. Okay. We just need to. Are the monitors on? Are our monitors on? Are they working? Can we run everything through the monitors as well? Okay, let's test something quickly. Okay, cool. Everything seems working. Thank you. Daka chema musara bigman, baba musara bigman. Dinindamo pinzamona, dinindamo pinzamona. Happy? Yeah, cool. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. We are ready to begin our panel. Thank you so much for coming, and thank you for your patience as we organized ourselves. We're a big group today. And we have an hour and 15 minutes with you, roughly. And during this hour and 15 minutes, we are going to really focus on the elements, the earth, fire, air, and water, and share information and also passion and love through these elements. And we're going to begin with a blessing. So I will hand over to all of you to make this beautiful blessing for us. Thank you so much. I don't know about you, but I cried. That was really beautiful and very powerful to experience. Thank you so much. I'm going to welcome the panelists up onto the stage now, and we will each introduce ourselves. I'm going to share with you right now what the format is, and if you're standing in the back, I welcome you to come in. There are still some seats in the shade, many seats in the shade. If you'd like to come and sit down, please do. And we are now going to introduce ourselves briefly about the organizations that we work with, have, and the work that we do, and why we do it. And I would just like to say a deep gratitude to all of the Indigenous wisdom keepers who were on the stage just now and who shared that with us. Thank you so much. I have most of my activism feels informed by Indigenous wisdom that you are sharing, and I am so grateful because I grew up in a culture where we didn't do ceremony and where we didn't have these same outlooks on life. And I have learned so much from the work that you put out, and thank you very much. So we will now begin. I will start by introducing myself briefly, and then I'll hand over to Leah. And then after that, we will each speak from, after each of us introduces ourselves, we'll speak from the point of view of the element that we are here to represent today. My name is Arizona Muse. I have been a model for a very long time in the fashion industry, and I realized about 8 years ago that I didn't know enough about where clothes were coming from. I thought, oh, they come in shops. And then I realized when I did a little research and did a little learning that in fact clothes are almost always grown for us by farmers in soil. And this for me was a huge moment of realization, because I hadn't considered a farmer when I got dressed in the morning. I hadn't said thank you to the farmers who grow my clothes. Like, I was accustomed to being grateful for the food that I was eating, and I was aware that that came from soil and from farmers. So I went on this learning journey to discover everything I could about the fashion supply chain and about farming, and where all these, right today I'm wearing tree fiber, and that's a very common material in the fashion industry. It's called viscose or tencel or rayon. It has a lot of different names, and it all comes from trees. And turning a tree into a textile is actually a very chemical heavy process. The tree first, and energy as well. The tree first has to be cut down, then it has to be turned into wood chips, then it has to be bathed in a bath of chemicals to eventually turn into pulp. And from that pulp, it can be made into a thread and into a textile. It will also be dyed along that process and or bleached. It's very toxic. That's just one example of one material. So this is why I started the organization called DIRT, and DIRT works with farmers to grow our fashion differently so that we can grow without chemicals, so that we can grow in a way that supports the earth in its regeneration and restoration that we need right now. And we are a fundraising organization. We raise funds and give them to farmers because that's what farmers need. We're very careful that every decision we make at the charity is always farmer-centered. What do the farmers need from us? Do they need DIRT to have more Instagram followers? Not really. Do they need us to fundraise for them and send everything we can out? Yes, they do, because farmers love their land. They want to be making the right decisions for their land, and they will if they have the financial ability to do so. So that's a little bit about DIRT, and I'll hand over to Leah.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Leah Doyle. I'm the founder of a nonprofit called Oceanic Global, and we focus on reconnecting people back to the ocean as the beating heart of the planet. We live on a blue planet, after all. And then what are tangible solutions that we can implement to come back into harmony? So we work across three main pillars. The first is education and campaigns, and that also has a grant giving. The second is working with industries to help them come back into balance. And the third is making sure that oceans is weaved in to all the narratives. So for example, we are at the largest climate change conference in the world, and oceans is still a secondary narrative. There's still a lack of understanding that oceans sustain the climate and all life on Earth. So that's a high level. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Charlotte Magai. I'm from Nairobi, Kenya, and I run an organization called Mukuru Clean Stoves. We manufacture improved cook stoves using recycled metal to enable families to avoid polluting the environment. So we work with local women business owners to distribute cook stoves, which is a simple thing. If you come from, the UK, the US, Australia even, the assumption is you just need to eat, responsibly. But then there's also cooking responsibly, and sometimes there are people across the world who are not necessarily able to do that. They cannot afford to do it, and they end up not just polluting the environment, but also putting themselves at risk of respiratory tract infections. So I will be speaking from the perspective of air. Thank you.
Cool. Yeah. My name is Jacob Johns. I'm a community supported organizer. I use all human pronouns. I'm based in Spokane, Washington in the United States. Community supported organizer is basically me being a solo nonprofit group that I do independent organizing around social justice and environmental protection, both nationally, internationally. I'm also leading this year as my main focus the Indigenous Wisdom Keepers, which you just saw a wonderful performance of us doing a blessing. This delegation of folks have been coming together over the past year to really put their minds together and think about what kind of a life that we can make for the children of humanity. And the idea is for us to come together and not only just pray and to bless and to, vibrate in these spaces that it's so necessary to do so, but to condense our prayers and put them into tangible ways that we can utilize our ideas and our motives into contemporary climate policy that gives logic into a chaotic world. I'm so very proud of all of our delegates who have been working so diligently over the past years, coming together and over all of the language barriers and all of the time zones and all of the difficult conversations that we've had to have in order to get to this point. It's miracle after miracle that has allowed us to be here, and it's such a wonderful project that so many of us have given our hearts and souls to. And so this is one of the ideas that happens when I have no board that I have to go get approval from. I can just go out, start raising money, and say, this is the project that we're doing. So it's the will of the universe that ultimately wants us to succeed. It's the future of humanity that is at stake, and ultimately our prayers need to be distilled into contemporary climate policy that we can advance without the taint of a large NGO telling us what it is that we can say and what it is we can't say.
Now each of us will speak from the point of view of the element that we're representing. I'm representing earth, soil. So I am earth. I am underneath us all. I live in existence and relationship to the other planets around me. I send them love and energy all the time. They send it back to me. I grow many things. I'm very proud of the things that I grow. They're so alive. They have their own life force and spirit within them. I share so much love with them. And on the surface of me, I have soil. And many of my beings, they like to grow in my soil. My soil filters the rain. It catches the rain with love and filters all the rain. And if there's any impurities that fall from the rain, I take them out through the soil. And in my soil live trillions of teeny tiny little microorganisms, busy. They're having sex, they're making babies, they're eating and they're pooping, and they make more soil all the time. They even play. You human scientists, you don't measure play of microorganisms very often, but they do. And with my soil, I have watched so much happen. A long, long time ago, all of you humans used to sing and dance on me with bare feet. I could hear your song in my soil. It made me so happy. I felt so at peace with all the life that was created and experiencing a body on me. And then more recently, you don't dance on me so much, you don't sing to me so much. In fact, you leave your waste on me. This hurts me, it makes me sad. I feel the waste, I feel the trash. I feel as the toxins, they seep into me through the rain that falls on me. You also irrigate me. You take water bodies and you change their direction and you pour them into me in places that I wasn't really supposed to have a lot of water in. I don't mind being dry in some places, and I don't mind being wet in other places. It just all is. What I would like from you humans is to know that you're learning about how to care for me again and how to live in relationship with me, because I'm there. I'm ready to speak to you all the time. You just have to send your consciousness down to meet me. Sensitize yourself. Understand that I am always speaking to you. You just need to learn to listen again. with things more than just your ears. I would like to see a future where all the humans are working in service to the restoration of what is beautiful on this planet, of healthy soil, of healthy water, of healthy living beings who thrive together and coexist and adore each other and spend time enjoying each other. This is the message I would like to give you from Mother Earth. Thank you.
I'd like to invite everyone to close their eyes for this next one. I am water. I am life. I flow through everything. I keep everything alive. We live on a blue planet. 95% of the biosphere is made of water. 70% of the surface of the earth. I am home to insane biodiversity. In my waters, everything is in movement. Everything is always changing. Everything is always flowing. From the deepest parts of our ocean, where humans can't even comprehend what lives there. These coral reefs that are 900 meters under the surface, to the birds that dives into our waters every day to fish. I am also in each of you, the human body that is made up of 70% water. Below our skins, we are all the same. The same water that flows everywhere flows in you. You have forgotten how to speak to me, to see how your waters are feeling. How are your waters feeling? Humans have forgotten how to interact with me, to speak to me, to be in dialogue with me. Humans have forgotten that water, the ocean, is life, that humans are a part of that life. And this disconnection is the root cause of everything that has unfolded. This connection is alive in some, those that have been custodians for so long. Thank you. Everything you use, I am a part of, from the water used to create the cement around us, to the fabrics that sit on your skin. How we transport things across the world, you use my waters. I am in every process. I am what binds everything together. You use me so carelessly right now. And once you weave with me, you create with me from a place of gratitude, you'll realize that I am abundant. I am not scarce. You need to change your mindset towards me. There has always been the same amount of water on the planet than there is now, just in different forms. Don't disregard me as polluted. Work with me to revitalize me. I am not a resource. I do not belong to anyone. You cannot continue to put extractive practices and financial measures on me. We have always gone through cycles, but in the last 50 years, so much has changed. Plastic pollution, a man-made material, are choking my water systems. Plastics are traveling through my veins, the rivers, and entering my body, the ocean. 80% of plastic travels down the rivers to the ocean. It's been eaten by fish, all marine and animal life. It's forming plastic islands, and it's entering back into all of you. The human body, as all sea salt, is contaminated with plastic. To the coral reefs, which are home to 25% of all marine species and offer food to millions of people daily. Over half the reefs have died in the last few decades. And we're expected to lose over 90% by 2050 if things don't change. Due to ocean acidification, life in my waters cannot continue to flourish as it has for millions of years. And now you want to try and mine me for your metals, for renewable energy. How can this energy transition continue to design on extraction and waste as part of its design? Me, the ocean, is being treated as our dumping ground, and my seas are being plumbished. I hold the key, and I am all in you. You just need to remember water and the ocean. I offer the solutions. I, the water, sustains all life on earth. Fancy words for these solutions: blue economy, nature-based solutions, blue carbon. Work with me to allow me to bring things back into the right rhythm. Become stewards again, where the land meets the seas. Plant mangroves, seagrass, create conditions for me to rejuvenate. Protect me and work with me. We need to protect at least 50% of our oceans by 2030. We have a lot of work to do together. As water, I am life. I am always living, and I am always alive. Work with me to be part of bringing healthy life for all, and then only then will everything flourish. Thank you.
Thank you. If you can, please keep closing your eyes. It's 1923. You play, we play together. You're happy, you can breathe. You're a child. It's 1953. You want to innovate, but you pollute me because you get excited. You want new stuff. You're not too sure about the repercussions, so you innovate, and you make them happy, and we don't play anymore. It's 1993. You have a baby, and you want her to play just like you played with me. Your granddaughter, she's running around. She wants to swim. She can't hold her breath as long as you were able to in 1923. But you still don't realize the cost. So you keep innovating, and you keep teaching to keep polluting me and making me dirty. You don't remember that you need me to not choke, to not suffocate, to not get sick. It's 2023. You don't breathe. You know better, but you don't do better. You have options, but you feel it's too expensive. You refuse to innovate. I am air. I let you breathe, but I want to breathe too. We're not friends anymore because you keep dumping in me things that choke me. So I choke you right back. I make you sick the more you make me sick. And we could have a conversation about it, but you have new friends now. They're prettier, they're more fun, and they're not necessarily out in the field. But you still need me, and you fail to realize that. We're in a raw area in Western Ghana. There's a mom cooking. She's using an open fire. And her daughter comes in to help her cook, but she can't help but get her out of the kitchen. It's not safe. She wants her to be able to breathe, to not get sick. It's 2023, and that is still happening. You could do better. I am telling you what you could change about it. I'm telling you how you could help avoid that, but you still don't see it because you want your devices. It's 2023. We're at COP. You have access to solar, but you still insist on using electricity. You still insist on powering your fridge. You could use solar. You could use an efficient stove, but you're in a hurry. You need to get to COP. You don't want to be late. You get an Uber. There are two options. One is slightly more expensive, but the other one is substantially cleaner. You don't have time. You do have the money. You refuse to care, but you want to breathe. And so you keep moving up. You keep migrating. You keep making me dirty and moving away from the places you have polluted. And you keep dumping on me. I am Brayden. You could just leave me alone. You do not have to ban me even a little bit. But when you do ban me, you could ban me for longer. So I am not exposed to your environment. But you're in a rush. You're camping. And she's waiting. And you don't have time. It's 2023. And you're pregnant. You're not breathing well. But you want your daughter to be able to when she's born. So you could do better. Because you know better now. So do better. Thank you.
I am fire. We burn, we destroy, we decimate. We think of fire, we think of pain. We think of fire, we think of destruction. We think of fire, we think of the end. We think of the heat that burns, the heat that scars, and the heat that moves and ends life. We think of fire, we think of it as bad. We think of fire as destruction. We think of fire as something negative. Always, it's fire's fault. Fire took it, fire takes it, fire burns. Fire's hot, fire's heat, fire destroys. Fire is natural. Fire is a part of the process. We must destroy things that no longer serve us. It's fire that takes the charge. It's fire that leads us. It's fire's fault. Fire destroys. There's fire inside of us. We need this fire to fight. We need this fire to survive. We need this fire to start over. We look at fire as the heat that warms us in the cold winter night. We look at fire as something that cooks our food, that feeds our babies, that heals us when we need it to. Think of the fire as something deep, deep inside of our planet, something heat, something hot, something that burns. We can think of fire as this wonderful, wonderful energy deep inside of our planet. And this wonderful fire that destroys, that burns, that cuts us in so many scarification processes. We think of this fire, we think of the destruction, we think of pain. We think of fire when it's cold. We think of fire when we need to warm ourselves. And in these dark times, when everything seems like there is no hope, when there is no end, when everything will be destroyed by the fire of capitalism, by the fire of colonialism, that it will all end, it will all be destroyed. And sometimes it must. But this is the natural cycle. This is a natural cycle of progression. This is how nature rebuilds. It's with fire inside of us. It's the fire in our planet that keeps us going. It's the passion of life inside the center of our planetary consciousness. You must understand that this fire inside of the center of the planet is the fire inside of your heart. It beats your heart, it moves your lungs, it helps you move. This fire that destroys continues life and moves us to start over. I invite you all to think of your heartbeat as it goes in and it goes out, pushing blood through your body, and feel the fire in your veins. Feel the fire of life given to you by our own planet, our own mother here. Understand that we have the power to destroy, we have the power to hurt, we have the power to decimate, but we also have the power to warm the hearts of those who cannot feel the wonderful power that we have. The fire inside of us continues to burn, whether or not we realize it. The power of earth is fire at the core, and that we have the power to connect our hearts to that center, the center of our earth, the center of our planet. I ask you all to take a moment, close your eyes, and feel your heartbeat. Feel it as it moves in, feel it as it moves out, and feel the fire burn inside the center of your being. Deep breathe of all of these things. It's important for us to feel the fire within ourselves. Open your eyes. Feel the power that you have inside of yourself. Understand that you're connected to the earth. You're connected to each other through the energy that moves your hearts, the energy that moves your lungs, the energy that moves the entire planet. It's this fire that will save us. This path to destruction is the path to creation. But we must not look at the destruction of systems that oppress, systems that destroy, as being the end. This is a new beginning, and our shift of fire from being destructive is our shift to owning our own power inside, our own power to heal, our own fire that warms us in the cold, cold, dark, hopeless future. The future is unwritten, but the power of passion, the power of life, the power of humanity is inside of us, and we must ignite the flame inside of everyone else that we come in contact with. Feel the fire as being something good.
Now, before we all leave, imagine a future for each of yourselves where you connect more deeply to the elements, where you learn more from the people who are still deeply connected to the soil, to the earth, to the fire, to the water, and to the air. If you grew up like I did in a culture that had completely forgotten all of this, with messaging that made me feel like capitalism was very safe and comfortable, if there are things you have to unlearn around those ideologies and colonialism, use the power of the elements to help you to start unlearning these things, and do it as rapidly as you can, and share this as widely and far as you can. It is our responsibility now, each one of us living here on this earth, because we are in an emergency, social and environmental and spiritual. Thank you to everyone who participated. Thank you to the audience for participating, and I hope that we leave feeling changed forever.
Check.
I don't wanna die inside this burning heart for perfect world. Get a big mind and persuasion. Taking everything that you pick and choose. Oh. You're paying for a perfect world. A planet full of fire and smoke.
Gotta get a slightly bit higher just because I.
I don't wanna die inside this burning.
I started straight this, so
There are already people who are suffering from the preliminary effects of climate change, whose homes are swept away by rising sea levels.
1, 2, 1, 2.
These people don't have the privilege of forgetting about climate change because it affects them every day of their lives.
We're living in a perfect world. Living in a perfect world.
Is the guitar coming through? It is. Okay, cool. That's fine. That's fine.
Right, are we ready?
Can you? I think you should, yeah.
Okay, in just 2 minutes on the main stage, we are going to be kicking off with a musical performance from students at BIM Music University from Bristol, UK, with songs inspired by the We Are the Possible poetry anthology. So yeah, come sit down, come join us, enjoy some music. We'll be kicking off in 2 minutes.
Right, are we ready?
Okay, thanks everyone. So we're going to kick off now with a program of songs and music written by students at BIM Music University from Bristol in the UK, inspired by, and in some cases using the words from the We Are the Possible anthology of poetry produced by Exeter University, specifically for COP28. So we're going to kick off with Geordie Pearce and Vendela Lofbaum with a song called Perfect World.
Thank you very much. This is getting old now. I've been traveling for miles with my brother and my child, but I haven't found a droplet. When our home began to dry, it was just another sign that I'm living in a perfect world. Living in a perfect world. This is getting old now. My bus won't leave in time, and my car just gotta find, and you know I can't afford it. Working late at night, no, I hardly know the time. I'm not living in a perfect world. Living in a perfect world. Does it take a hurtful word to get it through your skull? We're living inside a burning bubble we control, and I don't even know what's worse. Ignore it or we run. I don't wanna die inside this burning, hurtful, perfect world. You're the big man in the blue suede shoes, taking everything that you pick and choose. You're paying for a perfect world, a planet full of fire and smoke. Does it take a hurtful word to get it through your skull? We're living inside a burning bubble we control, and I don't even know what's worse. Ignore it or we run. I don't wanna die inside this burning, hurtful, perfect world.
There are already people who are suffering from the preliminary effects of climate change, whose homes are swept away by rising sea levels. These people don't have the privilege of forgetting about climate change because it affects them every day of their lives.
Does it take a hurtful word to get it through your skull? We're living inside a burning bubble we control, and I don't even know what's worse.
This is getting old now. I've been traveling for miles, but I didn't say goodbye to the people who were left there. I didn't get to say goodbye. Thank you so much, everyone.
Technical issues, sorry. Saving pebbles in my pocket 'cause I care about you. I put locks on all the bridges that we cross, carrying the weight of knowing that without you I'd be lost. So I don't care what it costs me. If you love and set her free, she's having trouble breathing, but you bite the hand that feeds you. I wrote letters in the sand and as they blew away, had to resort to wildfires. My love is so scenic, walls because you say my name. I am nothing without it. If you love me, let me be. I'm having trouble sleeping, but you bite me when I feed you. Yeah, you bite me though I feed you. You only hurt a giver if you take one and you're given. She held a steady beat. You're chasing different ones. Only
belief ahead, and boy, it's not for sale. Heavy on the scale, but no one will come from underwood. The flood will carry the silver storms eroded over time to define alluvial soil. The flood will carry the cold of a continent melted, ice bleaching deep salt oceans, the jewel song of coral reefs. The flood will carry the toll of a bell, the washing line of clothes, the blossom of banknotes, the single tear of a child. The flood will carry the silence of the drowned, the stench of the living, sacred places enshrined in land and sea. Possession side.
Your camera too?
Decisions piled more loud than I say, stuck in a stack, take the body back. The extinction of gold, but no one could. Possessions piled, towers over troubled waters, stuck in a stack. Take the holy back, boy, let's have a sail, heavy on the sail, no one will come from under water. Next up, we've got that wonderful sunshine Luna.
Hello, everyone. Nature's kiss, you're my strength, my weakness. Soft to the touch, perfect in balance. You're not afraid of a challenge. What we've done, forgiveness comes so easy to hurt. Ancestral love, this is the way that she carries with her. She gave her all, she made the earth, she made the birds and the trees. From making it worse, it's getting it harder to breathe. Changes in her, cracks will come in the sea. Start to reveal the fog under the breeze. We can hear her calling out for. We are the possible for her. We long for her. Oh yeah, she knows what the Oh yeah, she knows what the Taking the time, changing my mind. Not too far gone, gonna be looking behind. A little bit different, changing the system. Don't overthink it, hearing the wisdom. Will we be the ones to hold on? Would you let her die? We can hear her calling out for. We can hear her calling out for. We can hear her calling out for. We look for her.
for listening to our program of songs. We're very proud of all our students for obvious reasons. We've reached the final performer now. Johnny's going to do 3 songs for you, based very closely on different poems from the anthology. And he's going to start off with one called Home. So thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much for listening and giving us your attention. Yeah, thank you.
Hey, hey.
Hey, hey.
Afternoon.
You doing alright?
You okay, Jonah? It's called home. With a map or compass, the samurai turns to its river. Honeybees return to hives by blue-skied pans, by Earth's magnetic fields. There is no song but our longings. We are held within the bounds of sensation. What we see from here mirrors us. The water of our homes calls out to the water of our home. There is no song but our longing. Wailing human song can sound in the same ocean. Just as droves plant mangroves, custodians, lawgivers, scientists join hands to bring species back. Replant bleached coral, felled forests, rebuild habitats, reclaim coastlines, retreat from wilderness, they'll study and plot, dream and debate, predict and invent, street by street, village by village, countries within continents, we will search for our paths. There is no song but our longing. There is no song but our longing. On the sphere torn away from Earth, barren sister moon, we're part of the pull and let go of tides, mutualist or parasite, we must decide. There is no song but our longing. There is no song but our longing. no song but all longing. There is no song but all longing. There is no song. 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 No, there is no song. There is no song. But all longing. Thanks, girls. Okay, so this is another poem from We Are the Possible collection. It's called The Flood. Layers of siltstone eroded over time. Found a living old soul, fertile delta, builder of nations. The cold of a mountain, melted ice, and bleaching heat. Salt of oceans, a jewel song of coral reef. We are the possible. You know that we are the possible. You know that we are the possible. Toll the bell, the washing line of clothes. A flotsam of banknotes, a single shoe of a child. The silence of the drowned, the stench of the living. Sacred places enshrined in land and sea. You know that we are the possible. You know that we are the possible. You know that we are the possible. Yeah, 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 yeah. Circle of stones and rainbows, mountain call of a spring. The source giver roadside, benediction, curse of rain. The memory of water, everywhere it has ever been. Everywhere it has ever been. Everywhere it has ever been. Embers kept alive with our breath. Stones and floods fuel fire the cold of a greening shoe. You know that we are the possible. You know that we are the possible. You know that we are the possible. Yeah, 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 yeah. We are the possible. Can we have the girls back to the stage? This is it's another song. It's called We Are Possible.
We are, we are, we are, we are. We are, we are, we are the possible.
Maybe it's the weather, maybe it's the air we breathe, possibly the ocean coming in its rising seas. Maybe it's the tundra, possibly the riverbed, singing a bird song, wondering me what's up ahead. Oh, patchy mama, just hypothesis. Oh, patchy mama, can you forgive us, please? Could it be the carbon? Could it be El Nino? Possibly a footprint melting through the ice and snow. Oh, patchy mama, just hypothesis. Oh, patchy mama, can you forgive us, please? Gaia, 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 Gaia. Gaia, 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 Gaia. Just gonna shake it out. Gaia, 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 Gaia. Gaia, 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 Gaia. Just gonna drown it out. We are, we are, we are the possible. Damn shell click, engine scream, coral pop and gear change. Iceberg crack, rattle chain. Can you hear the thunder? Clap again. Dolphins giggle, snip off shears. Seagulls call and death charge. A cat's purr, rattle chain. Hear the silent chorus again. Gaia, 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 Gaia. Gaia, 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 Gaia. Gaia, 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 Gaia. Just gonna shake it down. Just gonna drown it down. Just gonna burn it down. Not gonna ride it out. We are, we are, we are, we are. We are, we are, we are the possible. Thanks for listening. Cheers, folks.
back. 20 years ago? Early 2080s. There was a time that I would have paid money to see someone play like that. There used to be a thriving entertainment culture in Dubai. You could see everything, anyone. And then, you know, the 80s. Grounding all the planes and rationing electricity doesn't really lend to management of leisure, arts, and culture. We didn't know just how good we had it. But anyway, actually, can you just pause for a second? Okay, don't put it away. Just if you could just. Yeah, thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Budi. I am the venue manager. Is there anyone that didn't get a credential? You're going to need these going forward. Passport forgeries are up, so they gave us this. There's a chip somewhere inside. You probably have a lot of questions. Don't worry. I will pass on information as soon as I hear it. Oh. Go blue. Copy that. Where was I?
What was that?
Was what?
You said you'd pass on information.
Oh, there's nothing new.
Forget what's new. We were not supposed to stop here. The next stop was supposed to be a ship. So why are we here waiting?
I'm sorry, I can't.
What do you mean you can't? Excuse me?
They blocked the road from here to your ship.
Why?
Raiders.
What? Oh my God. Since when are the raiders in Dubai?
They surprised the group ahead of you. They took hostages. They looted.
We were told the road was safe.
It was safe.
I have family in a group ahead. I don't know where they are, just that they're ahead.
Do you want to sit
No,
down?
I need to stand.
Listen, there's people in this group. They've been waiting for this voyage for years, most likely. They're one of the final groups. They're not fools. They've heard about raiders in California, Spain, Tunisia. What made you think that we couldn't handle this news?
They said you panicked.
Really? Did they? Well, then mission accomplished.
I prefer if you stop filming.
No, that's why I'm here, to make sure that we have a record of this, like exactly this.
Who are these raiders? Can you tell us that at least?
Dubai is a hub. It's been a jumping off point for both new Mars in Russia and new Saturn in Norway. For this reason, there's been an expectation among essential workers that, of course, they got to keep working to the end until keep things running. And then when the last ships departed, they'd have a place.
And what do you mean there's been that expectation?
They were told they would have a place.
And now they don't.
Some don't. They've turned to looting. They're going after those that they feel have jumped the line.
So us.
There's no service. They blocked it.
There must be service somewhere.
No. All we have is this.
I'm just gonna find it.
If you have a press pass, you're exactly who they're taking.
Wait, does that mean they could be anywhere? They could be at that door?
Yes, at the door. Look, I'm sorry. I could have explained it different.
I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to sing out loud. No, that was beautiful. Is there more?
She's there now in Mars, I think. I hope. I sent her ahead. There were so few ships remaining. It was the hardest thing I have to do. I can't sing to her now, so I sing this to myself. I sing as if to her. It's the best thing that I can do. Sometimes, I need to know that what I do is the best thing that I can do. That's it. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Anyone else have a song, prayer? I have a poem.
Oh, a poem. Oh, would be nice.
No, wait a second.
What's wrong?
Shouldn't we be focused on the raiders? What about the raiders? Is there something we can do, something we haven't thought of yet?
There isn't.
You're still standing. Maybe sit?
Fine. No, it feels wrong to sit. I don't understand. Why is everyone not running around like a headless chicken? Chickens? I don't know. It just seems more like the thing to do.
Sometimes I feel like a chicken too. Run in circles, searching for my own head. But then I think we must still have our heads, or else how we will be looking. We just can't see them sitting on our own shoulders.
Is that a Russian saying?
No.
Okay, I get it. You're saying I should sit.
I don't know what I'm saying.
I'll sit.
The floor's yours. Come.
Hi, everyone. I've met most of you, but my name is Rumana. I'm from Indonesia. So, in Indonesia, we've been waiting for the world to get this migration started since decades before I was born. I feel like I've been here, right here, my entire life, or somehow longer than my entire life. Waiting is in my DNA, a birthright. Growing up, everyone around me seemed in a constant state of mourning for a place, a safe place, somehow bright but never boiling, where rain doesn't mean a flood and land was a thing that nurtured, where there were animals, so many animals. They were everywhere, apparently. But what is this place? Because people clearly loved it enough to move through the world somehow heavy from its loss, depleted. So everyone around me, parents, grandparents, elders, they were mourning always, but also waiting to mourn by the planet's bedside, but also by its grave. They need to weep, but what kind of tears? So they don't weep. And they tell us not to cry. They say, don't worry, our leaders are working, building cities in the north, in Russia, Norway, New Mercury through Pluto. Soon we'll all go there. We kept hearing, have new homes, better homes. But Indonesians were skeptical. Our capital was sinking 80 years ago. So we moved it to a new city. And we did this when our ancestors, some of them were still eating beef or driving, what do they call it? Toyota Alphard, Cadillac Escalade, or air conditioning, not only inside, but also the outdoors, It was a different time, but we moved it to a new city. Better city, they said. But this new city still had rain, and more rain, and heat. Rain and heat, heat and rain, and here we are. Should we mourn for this new city we've only had for 50 years? If so, how do we mourn? What kind of tears? For the only home some of us have ever known. Before I left, I transcribed all my favorite poems into this. There's one I always read when there are raiders on the road, well, metaphorically most time, but literally too, I guess. When I'm waiting to move, to weep, to mourn. This was written by my grandmother in 2045 when she left her home, Jakarta, for Nusantara, or IKN. She wrote in Indonesian, so I'll translate. It might not be. I'll try.
Here, turn around. Come.
Okay, I'll try. Or no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Something's wrong. This isn't right.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. It's just a poem sometimes doesn't work in just a vacuum. It needs a place, like a soil, to grow.
Do you need some water?
Close your eyes. Close your eyes, everyone. Close your eyes. Please close your eyes.
Really?
Yes, really, everyone here, close your eyes. Please, please close your eyes. Now take a deep breath from deep down in your belly. Now remember the time and place where you felt completely and truly at home. You may have been a child, or perhaps it was more recent, I don't know. It's yours, so remember. Who else was there with you? Were you there alone? Or was there someone? Remember, what sounds were there with you? In this place, in this memory, can you hear nature? Rain, or wind, or voices, or traffic, whatever it was? Listen and remember. Now, what could you feel? Were you sitting on a chair? Were you on the floor? Were you in bed? Were you holding something? Was someone holding you? Whatever it was, feel it now. Now, wherever you just gone, whatever you hear there, see there, feel, let it wash through you. Float in the memory. Feel it surround you like water. And now, while you float, hear these words from my grandmother. When the world grows beyond what the mind can see or imagine, when loss scrapes out our hearts or grief binds us to our beds, when one life leaves us to make room for what comes next, be kind to yourself, to your family, to other human beings, to each living being, and to the whole world. Or, in Javanese, Mamayu hayuning pribadi, Mamayu hayuning keluarga, Mamayu hayuning sesama, Mamayu hayuning bawahan. Open your eyes. Okay, so we're back here now in Dubai. It's 2100. But wherever you just went, bring that place here, into this room. Bring it with you. Hold it. Let it give you what you need. Sorry, I guess I really took things over, hey?
No, it was lovely.
I want to say something.
Is it something everybody needs to hear?
Don't worry, my head is on my shoulders. I just want to say sorry, everybody. You know, it wasn't my goal to freak everyone out. I have family. They're in a group ahead. I don't know which one. Odds are that they're safe, but you know, all this raiders, it's frightening. But I'll take deep breaths. Thank you.
If there's a room that understands you, it's this one.
Also then, since we're sharing,
Another poem.
no. I'm a playwright. Well, actually, there haven't been plays in Mumbai since before me, at least not ones that we could afford. But I've been writing for my friends and my siblings my whole life. And then, you know, on the boat here from India, I started thinking maybe there'll be a theatre in New Mars. And I started writing a new play.
Are you asking us to read it?
You read it?
Oh, my schedule is open.
Oh, kya baat hai, maza aa gaya. Okay. I have a copy for each character. I've had time. Who else?
Here.
You wanted to read
Yes,
it.
I'd love to.
Anyone else?
I used to act in school.
Oh, okay, great.
No, I don't perform.
Are you sure? I have a feeling you'd be great. Cello?
Well,
Cello, you're hired. Cello, come.
my best. I'll do my best.
Where's that guy? You play the music. Very nice. Everybody, why don't we use this area? I'll read the stage directions and, yeah, come. Okay. Time, near future. Place, New Mars. A stands alone on stage holding a flashlight. B enters pulling a sled piled high with scrap metal. And C and D enter wearing police uniforms. Action.
Stop.
Oh God, no. Be cool. Officers, good evening.
You pull a sled piled comically high with scrap metal, clearly been stolen from construction sites.
No, please, you don't understand. Take the sled, we'll go.
That isn't how this works.
I have a daughter. I'm only here for her. When we arrived, we were supposed to have a home. It took us months to get here, but at least we have a place to lay our heads. But when they took us to the unit, it was destroyed, stripped for parts.
So now you steal from other buildings.
We have been sleeping in a tent. There were holes in the bottom, and if it rains, it soaks her blanket. Her teeth chatter even when she's sleeping. All night I worry if it stops, it means she isn't breathing. She whimpers. I'm sorry, I can't.
What do you mean you can't?
I can't read this right
What's
now.
wrong with it?
There's nothing wrong. I just don't want to do it right now.
But it's not all like this, I swear. Maybe this play is not for us right now. What is that supposed to mean? I mean that probably your audience isn't ready to hear these things like this moment. You know, actually, they are. These are the things they need to hear. If we aren't preparing ourselves for the inevitable violent oppression waiting for us up there in our new city.
Do you have something else? Another story? Maybe it doesn't have to be a play.
I'll be back.
Where are you going?
What? Are there raiders in the restrooms?
I'm sorry, everyone. I didn't mean to cause a scene. We understand.
Go for green. Booty blue.
Still nothing?
Does anyone else have anything they want to share? Christina? Anything?
Me?
Yeah.
I suppose I could have one. My grandfather, something he used to tell us when we'd visit him as children. God, I can't believe I'm going to tell you this. It's, you're going to think that no.
I'm sure it's okay.
Okay, never mind, yeah. So, yeah, my grandfather, he told us a story about a very old lady, witch adjacent, or perhaps a real life witch, who lived alone in the woods and who was said to eat children, but didn't really eat children. But maybe she did? No one knew, so no children ever went into the woods. And of course, we'd always tell him almost immediately as he started talking. But Grandpa, this is just Baba Yaga. God. This is before I even say anything. Why am I going to tell this story? Russian lady, Russian fable, so on the nose, guys. No, please don't stop. Okay, I'll keep going. So my grandfather, he told us it wasn't Baba Yaga. This was a real-life witch-type woman who may or may not have eaten children, but whose presence in the woods and fuzzy reputation did a good job at keeping children at all times really far away. And as he grew older, my grandfather, he became a scientist. scientist. And as a man of science, he knew that there was no, child-eating witch roaming the woods searching for boys and girls. But then, one day, he found himself in need of a permit to produce a newly designed next-generation solar panel. And much to his surprise and confusion and dismay, when he requested for a permit, a stuffy government official told him, okay, this is what he told us, okay? He told him to go into the woods and ask Baba Yaga to sign off on his design. So he went into the woods, just in case, without any expectations to find anything rather than like trees and sticks and birds. But then he did. He found her, Baba Yaga. Except remember, not Baba Yaga, and that not Baba Yaga was annoying. She wouldn't sign off on his design. She kept telling that she would, if he did this and that, and then all sort of things. First, she asked him to clean her house, cook her meals, do her laundry. Before he knew it, it was, food rubs. Then she threw 100,000 poppy seeds all throughout the forest and told him, I can't sign off on his design until you gather and give me back each and every one. After he did that, even then, her paperwork was endless. And all the while he knew they were wasting so much time. He began to wonder that perhaps that was the point. He could hear the forest drying, creaking all around him. He didn't know how long had passed, days, weeks, years, this deep into the woods. He couldn't tell. Until one day, first faint, then quickly growing stronger, he could smell it. Smoke. He'd feared this day would come. The forest was so dry. And then all at once, the whole forest was on fire. And then, boom! Rushing past him on her gnarly, bony chicken legs, not Baba Yaga fled. Faster than human flame or monster. Wait! He shouted, fearing that all his work had been for nothing, that should left him permitless, empty-handed. But then, floating in her wake, dodging embers, swirling, he saw it. The permit. Signed and stamped. Project approved. Then he looked out across the ashes of what once had been a forest, and he said, here. It's too late for the forest, but here is where I'll build. And those solar panels, built over 60 years ago, is what now, supplies power to New Mars. That's it. Thank you, Grandpa.
Is it true about the solar panel, not Baba Yaga?
Yes, it is. It is.
Cool.
Still, hi, I'm back.
Hi, Natasha.
Hi, I know you hate me.
No, we don't.
I don't see why we should praise these privileged ancestors. I mean, sure, it sounds like he worked his way through a lot of red tape, but still, he gained access to wide swaths of land, and surely he made a profit, so I don't see the struggle in that.
Does everything have to be a struggle?
It's easy for you to say.
Sorry, what was that?
I know, but like literally in the same expanding, not migrating, but returning to her home country. Not such a struggle.
We've been traveling on the same road, quite literally. You cannot see that?
No, I can't see that.
I like her story. It had hope, a little bit of cannibalism. Maybe cannibalism, but hope too.
And what good does hope do? So her grandfather built a solar farm. Great. It's too late. 5 billion people are migrating from the equator to the poles. That's happening. What is the point of reflecting on small victories of the past when we've lost our homes? There are raiders on the road, and your new city of 100 million will have problems.
I guess the question is, what is the purpose of art? Is it pointless if it doesn't change the world in one fell swoop? Is art something that can change the world at all? I've been weighing this often. Every time I read that poem book or pass a statue, see graffiti, because somehow, still, it's true, we still have so much left to lose. Our problems are devastating, tragic, and abundant. And yes, art is a tool. Hamlet said a mirror up to nature, so there's that. Art can show us who we are, warts, generations spanning systemic corruption and all. Art can also be a light. Stick with a mirror. Art can point that mirror at just the angle to reflect the sun onto its subject. Make them wince, shield their eyes. That same light could even set a field on fire, engulfing all around it in its place. But is a mirror just a weapon? What about looking at ourselves in the mirror? Exploring, confronting who we are. What about looking past the mirror, beyond the frame? What about art beyond that, beyond diagnosis and inspection? What about ritual? Here we are picking up cultures by the roots and planting them in cities in the snow. Will we frown on dances or poems and carvings if we fail to save the world, but we worship the earth? Don't get me wrong, I write poems too, and I intend they burn so bright they blind all those who have failed us, leave them begging on the roadside for the same scraps they've told us were enough. But for that art to have meaning for more than you and me, perhaps a friend or two, we need a world filled with artists. That doesn't mean they're professional, sold, or published. It does mean that they're open, inquisitive, and patient. Only artists read a poem and find themselves profoundly moved. Hear a song that are transported, watch a play to be provoked. These artists, most artists, will never write or sing or dance. They'll just simply live and breathe and tell themselves a story from who knows where, adapt a phrase, embrace an image, and use that story to change something for the better. Not the world, but something. Does a mother story to her child solve the world hunger? No, but her story one day will make your story better. Because now the child's mind being taught to see the world beyond the grit and grimes of day to day. World's not finished, it's still forming. An artist, one artist, cannot change the world. I kept thinking to myself, yeah, she can't change very much at all, but art itself, used by a world of people to know themselves more deeply, to sense who they are, where they are, and what the world could be. I guess that's a hope for a change. So for me, I'll say, all art is welcome. If it's honest, it's welcome. If it isn't, it should be.
Friend, I know I'm the one who stopped What's your point?
What do you mean?
Sorry, that came out wrong. What I mean to say is, I would like to understand what it is that you want in your story, and if you'd explain it, I would listen.
Okay. Well, I guess this is my shot. Okay, so what was my point? In a way, I think that is the point. What's the point is the point. I mean, that's what we're all left asking, is it not? We've known, not since this century, but since the century before, that this, well, not exactly this, but something like this. Since before we were even thought of, our ancestors knew that this would be the world they'd leave us if they did nothing. And they did nothing. How is that supposed to make us feel? I hear stories of millions of species, animals that sound like they belong to another planet. Coral reefs bursting with vivid, dazzling life. Air that was crisp, harmless, even pleasant to breathe. They took all of that with them down into their graves. And we're not blameless, are we? We're ancestors too. And what are we doing? I remember reading about those capitalists in the second Gilded Age. Their plans to terraform Mars. Just give up, pick up, leave it all behind. I remember thinking, how did people so stupid end up with so much money? Ruin a paradise, flee to a rock in space. So selfish. And yet, what are we doing? It's not that different, is it? Siberia's not Mars, Scandinavia's not Saturn, but it's really not that different. It's in the names that we've chosen. And I read the news, Not just from New Mars, but all of them, all these new cities, New Mercury. And I can't help but feel that most of what we're bringing with us are all the things that destroyed all that we've left behind. And let's not forget, we're leaving things behind. We're leaving people behind. And for what? What are we creating? More cities, higher north, sure. Better equipped? Maybe. But how long will they last? How long will they last if we don't look at what we're doing? Consume what we've excreted, digest it, expel it, and suffer. I want art to make us suffer, yes, so that maybe one day we'll decide not to suffer again. You asked.
It's funny. I never thought of myself as glass half full, maybe a third full or a quarter. But they didn't do nothing.
Who?
Our ancestors. Sure, they made mistakes. Sometimes progress was uneven. Took us far too long, but we're not burning oil moving from place to place.
Coming?
Do I resent how long it took? Yes. Do those who enrich their lives destroying the planet that is ours as much as theirs deserve to be despised by the descendants they ignored? Of course they do. But there were others. I know it's called comfort to think that it could be worse, but it could be worse. And what are we doing? We came together, 200 plus countries, and we pulled off this. The organized migration of half the Earth's people, too late for many, but just in time for us. So is it perfect? It's less than perfect. It's a mess. What I'm trying to say is that I may be less than impressed with what we will find. But when I told my daughter about New Mars, that they made a new city far away and that we can live in it, the first thing she asked is, who made it? Who made the new city, Mommy? And followed by, how can we thank them? So she may be the reason that now I'm glass half full. But they made a new city for 100 million people. How amazing is that? How glass half full is that?
I'm sorry. I just can't see it it that way. All I see is 100 million people who should be someplace else.
And you're right, they should be.
Yet here we are.
Hugo?
Now coming in the middle.
Copy that. The road is clear.
Oh my God, praise the Lord.
Can we go now?
Soon. They're going to send
Who's live now?
I can't believe this.
Sorry. Still, okay, never mind. What's wrong? But this is it. I was expecting the worst. And now, now it feels like we're missing something or skipping something. I don't know. I'm sorry. Didn't mean to bring the mood down. I guess I'm just really good at that.
No, I know what you mean.
What are we missing?
Oh, I don't know.
I know. You wish that we could all shout at each other for another half an hour, because I can do that.
Close your eyes.
What?
No, everyone, close your eyes.
Again?
Yes,
No.
close your eyes.
Okay.
Are they closed?
Yes.
Okay, we're with you. Now, take a deep breath from your belly.
Excuse me.
Now this time, remember the last place you were before you came into this space. You may have been busy, trapped in your own head, but what else was there? What people, sounds, sensation? Let it wash through you. What were you feeling then? Feel that again. Whatever it is, it's not right or wrong, it just is. It is a valid thing to feel. Now let that feeling, that moment, that piece of you run through you like a blade so fine it cuts and you don't bleed. Now, holding these things, hear these words, another one of my favorites. Like starlight mid-journey, dark cloak of heaven trailing. Like tides turned back by a force they cannot fathom, as moonlight dances and waves tumble into sand. Like geese alert, feathers standing in the cooling autumn air, webbed toes dancing, minds already taking flight. Like a generation of leaves, red-faced, militant, standing at attention, waiting only for the wind to signal their release to send them home from active service back to Earth. Like the dog who smells his master but does not yet see or hear him. The sun behind a drifting cloud. The Earth's core churning. Moments between a lightning bolt and thunder when heads turns and lips part, counting. Like counting. Like 1, 2, and if you listen, here we are. A world already waiting. People already living after you. Open your eyes.
Welcome back, everyone. Today is December 6th, 2023. And you are at COP28 UAE.
We encourage you to now keep your eyes open at who you are and who you want to be.
To those who still to come, and the world we'd like to leave them. To what's been lost, yes, but also what you still have.
To that within you.
And those around you.
To the possible.